Oh my God. Cares, how you doing? All right, I just gotta grab a drink and we'll be getting going. I got my bank account all set up, my business account set up, so I gotta get the tax stuff on Steam updated and everything, and we'll be all set for getting a game launched on Steam. We just have to make the game and the Steam page and everything, right? Easy. That part's the easy part. Um, so happy this weekend. Indeed. So I got music going. It should be only hitting the VOD track. Finally got that figured out. Let me know if it's too loud. Be right back. So you guys can't hear it at all. That's good. What about now? What if I jack it up? Nothing. You guys don't hear nothing. Wild. Let me check my channel. I got to check for myself. Let me check my channel. I got to check for myself. Let me check my channel. I got to check for myself. I guess so. I don't know. That'd be funny. Also, why the hell am I all pixelated? Why am I pixelated, bros? I don't got time to fix that. I'm not gonna fix that right now. Look, find your mom. All right. Band for band. Okay, here we go. So we got our shovel. We have our shrink mode. Whoop, whoop. We got our shovel. So we got some work to do on the shovel. So I was thinking for the shovel ability is something we could slam against the wall and then jump on and climb. That's what I was thinking. I was thinking we probably need a level editor. I don't think we're going to be able to do this in time. The scope of a Metroidvania as far as level design. I think what we're going to end up with is a playground for abilities. It's very satisfying. It feels really good too. We need to get the shovel to come back to us. It's a 30-day jam. I've got 24 days left, but I only get to work 3 days out of the week. So, not looking good, frankly. I was also thinking we get rid of it as a shovel. Also, I just don't like the theme. I have to pick one from this column and one from this column. Absurd side effects, absurd size, absurd generation. Generation is weird. I just feel like these are going to be so hard for everyone to judge too. Because you're going to have to play the game, look at what they chose. It is mandatory to pick and follow a combination. Yeah. I can't see it though. I feel like that creates a whole nother sort of design problem. Absurd side effects. Sounds like the funnest one, and I feel like everyone's going to be picking that. Controlled side effects. Defective side effects. What the hell's defective side effects, you know? Like if it's a side effect, that's the defect. So defective side effect is like a double. It's like a synonym. Controlled side effects. Well, let's with the shovel. So we have this. The animation's only almost completely complete with the shovel. The first throw, it goes, but then we don't see it again, right? So what we need to do is respawn the shovel when it disappears. So we can get that going. You can have the tools have side effects when using them. Can you give me an example? So there's primary action, and then there's going to be secondary action. And that'll be right mouse. Secondary action is going to be the throw of the shovel. Primary action is going to be the digging effect that you would normally see in a Minecraft style game. Let's say when you use a pickaxe, it could cause you to lose health, jump really high on the next jump, or just launch you backwards. So what's controlled about that? This is what I have a. This is the issue I have with this mix and match thing with this jam. Here's what I think I'm gonna do for the Metroidvania jam. I'm gonna get the main elements of being able to make a Metroidvania done with this jam. And then I'm going to do next month's jam as, okay, now I have all this stuff. Let's make a Metroidvania with that. And you're choosing what tool to use. In my eyes, you're making the choice. Okay. Let's think about this from a Defective side effects is null. Are side effects always negative? No, side effects aren't always negative. S Funk, what's up? I'm here in spirit. Pagorli, nice to have you here in spirit. The Holy Ghost, Pagorli. Monster? Let's see what we have for monster. Workley mostly lurking. Got all kinds of monsters here. These are paid picks. Free. These two are free. This might be good for like an enemy. These two would work. These are very Metroid-y enemies. Hadouken! Hadouken! There's a pug. We got some cool bunnies. Huh. Onigiri. Onigiri. Um, yeah.
Do you want double meat on your burger?
Yeah, sure. These all kind of have the vibe of something we could use. So does this, it's Unity pipeline. So am I even going to be able to use this? This is Unity Asset Store. Wow, thank you. Hey, could okay. We'll pug somebody's name. Okay, we're starting to get an idea. So I was thinking about using these. Instead of like the shovel and stuff, but I don't know yet. I don't know. Let's do block breaking. Let's do block breaking. He's freaking out. Cricket's freaking out. Okay, so let's just fix really quick. I'm going to fix the shovel thing. Because right now you can throw the shovel, but then it doesn't, when it goes away, it doesn't come back to us, right? So let's do that. So what we could do is we're going to leave it stuck in the wall unless we use it again. Or maybe we go a certain distance away from it. Um, Spirit. Got to drop over 11K over the next week, replacing AC system. Oh, growling. Oh, dude. I'm sorry, man. Uh, and you've gotten a second opinion, right? Or is it like just super old and obvious that it needs to be Let me see here. How's it going? Mr. D Boy, what's up? All right, I'm gonna hide my face while I eat this burger. Okay, so we need to return. So if you've thrown it, I guess we're gonna need like javelin states. I don't know. What do you think? Okay, you know what? This isn't important for the jam. Um, but we do need a dig animation. So let's figure that out. Sure, sure, sure. And then when you release a game that bombs, it's like, why didn't you make a game that everyone else would like? Mm-hmm. I get what you're saying though. Okay, so I don't know. I think for the shovel, new animation, shovel, or dig, we'll just take, and we need to preview. I guess it's wherever we're pointing, huh? So it would just be like, "Bleh, shovel, 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 shovel." That's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna lunge it forward. Yeah. I wonder if there's any QA on that. How you doing, too, Bob? That's funny. One of the things in the store right now is a Metroidvania system. Let's take a look at the video. Design your map layout. Yep, so this won't work in 3D. Okay, burger done. Slam that thing. Room change doesn't lag, so it's not like the real thing. All right, there's our dig. So when we're holding down the main action button, we'll be digging. And I guess if we're doing both, I don't know. And we'll make it a loop. And then oh yeah, that's hot. Did I spell primary action wrong? What's going on here? Why aren't we working? Let's reload. Rice, how's it going?
You okay, guys?
I am okay. I've seen a video about the original Metroid. The main reason was the room generator that had to unpack the whole thing and then paint some parts of the screen multiple times. Oh, like it was poorly programmed. Muskio, thank you. Wonder why it's not playing Dig properly. Oh, it's overriding with reset. Els, what's up? There's our dig animation. Looks like a jackhammer. So I'm thinking that the shovel is an item you can throw and then it'll stay in the wall wherever it ends up, and then you'll be able to jump on it and use it as a climbing thing. And then kind of like the bomb jumping thing in Metroid, you can like use it to climb certain things. So you jump on it and then you jump and throw it again and land on it, jump and throw it again and land on it. So as you're airborne is when it comes back to you like Thor's hammer. I don't know, guys. I'm feeling more and more like the theme. I was talking to Els was bringing this up on his stream, and I totally agree. But the theme has really taken the wind out of my sails for this whole thing. Why am I bringing up Horizon? Yep, let's research Horizon right now. But like it's really taking taking the wind out of my sails because I'm not inspired by them. I mean, the most I can think to do is absurd side effects. Sounds interesting. Almost all of these, like defective side effects, is these are synonyms. Although side effects can be a positive thing, but generally isn't associated with that. Absurd side effects. I just don't like the combos. It's going all right. We also have this Alice in Wonderland shrinking thing we can do where you can shrink to be small. So this is our morph ball essentially. So like, oh, I can't fit through here, and you'll be able to go, okay, whoop, and then fit through, and then whoop, come back out of it. I think when you're in a shrunken form, you won't be able to use anything but jump. Your hitbox changes as well. Whoop. But I'm beginning to feel like I don't have time for I know what Metroidvanias are. And I think what I might end up doing is just working on this as like a playable thing. And then maybe when the next month rolls around, I go, okay, I have this playable set of things now. What's the next theme? Because it does allow you. Some people do this Metroidvania jam, and every jam they're resubmitting their same game and doing something for the theme and like working on their like core game. But maybe I get the level editing squared away really well, some abilities going, and then I can go, okay, what's the next gem look like, and go from there. Because I'm not feeling the themes on this jam whatsoever. I even was like, oh, I read the rules real close, and I was like, oh, I could go backwards because it just says you need both. But if you do it backwards, it's still kind of the same thing. Generation absurd. I mean, I'm sure if I did that, they'd be like, well, that's not technically, because they want absurd generation. I don't know what. I had this other idea where you push the level around. And so most Metroidvanias, you get some new ability and you have to go, that place that I couldn't reach, I can go there now, right? So part of the power is you have this new thing, you can blast through enemies and stuff that you couldn't before. That's way easier. Traversing is faster, whatever it happens to be. But then at the same time, the ability is also like, oh, this lets me do thing that I couldn't do before, that lets me get to thing that I couldn't get to before, right? And so placing things in front of the player that they can't get to, and they're like, but are memorable, is like a key component of this. And also to design it so that backtracking is not like the first prime. Backtracking in the first prime has this part where it makes you go to this thing, the underwater area, and you can get there when you're not ready to, because you have to have this other suit, and it really can screw you over. And and it only tells you that you need the suit once you're really deep in that water, if you really try hard to get through it. So that that's kind of not what you want to do. The rest of Prime's great. That it's just that that you can really screw up. So like, but the backtracking stuff is like a key component of this, and so that comes into level design, right? And so then, because the aha moment, the player has to have that aha moment where they feel smart. Metroidvanias are the Dark Souls of aha moments. Anyways, what I'm saying is I just don't like this theme. I like what I'm making. I'm like kind of excited about it. What I really like about it is that if you look at Super Metroid and the original Metroid, if you go with Minecraft blocks, that's all that Metroid was originally designed like. So all of the oh my god, give me something here, guys. The level is all like block driven, right? Like there's 3 blocks right here, I can tell. There's 2 right here, right? And it's the same. So doing blocks in 3D, Minecraft style, actually works as an homage to the original. You can really tell here. And then same with the original Metroid, on the NES Metroid. NES Metroid is very much like, oh yeah, these are all like little, it's all grid blocks and everything, right? So that to me is interesting, to take the Minecraft block, voxel thing, and then Metroid it so that it's 3D, but instead of like with Prime where everything's these models of like a space, that it's like, no, this is like the old blocks in the OG one, but it's in 3D. I think that's interesting. Maybe the theme can go on at the very end. It helps to be grid based so you can design levels for a 2-block tall jump. Yes, exactly. Yeah. Um Spin jump would look pretty bad in 3D. Yeah. You yeah, if you're not showing the player, you have to do it with like visual effects and stuff. The idea of it. I like leaning into like magic and that stuff instead of alien inspired horror. So like going towards like magic. I'm really keen on getting away from grimdark stuff too, because I feel like that's just kind of everything right now, and I'm kind of sick of it. Um like Hollow Knight and a lot of Metroidvanias tend to go in the darker category. Um, I feel like what happens with these games is they get locked into these tropes, and people do them because they came before them, and you can't shake your brain out of it. Um, but anyways, so do we have the dig animation? Let's see. Yep. Brrr. Okay, so we can dig. We also need to do that FPS controller thing where we don't clip the, because right now if we go up against the wall, we clip the thing, right? So you draw on a separate viewport, separate like frostum or whatever they call it, and then you paint that in front. But you also want the shadows and everything to still be the way they are. So it's a little thing you have to do. But then that way, when you walk up to a wall here, you're still painting this as though the wall wasn't there, right? It's just like what you do in FPSs and stuff to make sure that the thing that you're holding shows up proper. Um, I mean, you can also like have your arm collides with it and stuff, but that's really complicated. But yeah, I like the grid thing. I'm liking that. But level editing is going to be hard if we're inside, like open areas, right? You kind of need to be in confined spaces for a Metroidvania to work. So at least I feel like that's important. So the problem right now with that, with from a designing a game standpoint, if we go to our room editor and we load in a room like this one, right? The whole and actually Two Bob had sent me a script or a shader. What we need to be able to do is have like Superman vision, right? And see through it and be able to see and hear, because the walls are going to be in our way. And now suddenly we can't even design anything because we're just like clipped into, can only see the outside. So for me, my brain goes straight to, okay, let's make the level editor inside the game so that you're just like, you have the like Minecraft float mode and you can just kind of float around and paint blocks and stuff as you need them, and then hit save and save the room exactly like that as you've done. Okay, I'll be right back. My kids are upset about something. I have to figure out what's going on. All right, we're back. What about the theme of like a mine collapse and you're the only survivor, so you have to get gear from the other miners and get their gear and excavate yourself? Yeah, I mean, um, we could do something like that. We could have like skeletons and stuff like that. Definitely the whole mysterious awakening, I think I'm probably going to do, where you just sort of like, we can cheat to have like the eye blinking effect and stuff, make that real easy. And you just sort of are somewhere and you're kind of figuring out how to get out. That was definitely in my mind already, something along those lines. Um, so we have these different tools. None of them I have to use. I have like this lantern and I've got light emitting from it, right? So we can have dark rooms and like you have a lantern and then you gotta switch to something else. Or you could place the lantern down. My son was suggesting that, which I thought was a good idea. And then I have this torch that I've put together with some effects. And so you could place the torch on the ground or something, or throw it. Maybe the torch could start a fire. Like maybe there's some blocks that burn, right? So you throw the torch and those blocks burn away. So that, yeah, upgrading a shovel or having a better shovel. I mean, for keeping the scope low. But we do have a pickaxe as well. So if we go with the Minecraft routine, the pickaxe can do, the way that I'm imagining it is, we're not going to have the whole collecting blocks thing, right? It's more like you can just destroy a block and it's gone. And there's no like, oh, I got to hit it 17 times or whatever, right? You have the pickaxe is what breaks that block, right? You have the shovel breaks this other block. I guess I was seeing that jumping on Shovel's thing and thinking that rather than upgrading items, your upgrade arc is the quantity of items you have. Oh, like 6 shovels. So you throw one and then you can throw another and then you can throw another. Collecting them from your fellow coworkers.
I can't believe you've done this.
Driftware, thanks for the follow. I'm a fallen coworker.
What the dog
Cricket.
doing?
Feels like I haven't seen you in forever. You got real life going on, right, Sorrow? What is the dog doing? How you doing, Drift? Welcome in. The other thing was like enemies. Do we have enemies? Because I was thinking about slapping some in. Get ready for the ride of your life. Okay. Realistically, I've got 9 days left of this that I can dedicate to this. Working on a limb and consumable item system. Nice. Limb system. So you're doing something with like rigid bodies and like kinematics, or what do you mean? Like skeletons and breaking blocks. Let's get breaking blocks in. Let's do that. Let's have we'll do that first because that's kind of like a necessary thing, right? So that's really easy. I actually have an interesting idea about how to do this as well that I think would be cool. So we've got a room editor here. We've got a room. Let's put some blocks in here that we can break. Let's make it so we can break out of the room, right? So we'll go to our grid map. And what blocks do shovels dig through other than dirt, right? So let's put some dirt here. We're gonna paint some dirt here. And how do we climb up? 1 is previous, 3 is next. So 3, whoops, 3 and 3. Okay, so now we have 2 dirt blocks. And if we go to the mesh library, we can see the number that dirt is. Should be, if I float over it, is it going to tell me? No. I have to find this sumbitch. Oh my god. Is there anything that's going to give me a hint? This is unbelievable that this is a mesh library, but then here we're indexed with lookup numbers. And then can I just do dirt? It's not showing us. Good googly moogly. Good googly moogly. So 19 is dirt. Okay. Pretty much, yeah. Sweet. Okay, so we've got a lookup for that. Let's go over to the game code, and we're gonna say enum blocks, and we're gonna specify a specific one. So dirt equals 19. Okay. So now we have our own one-to-one enumerator to match that one. The more limbs you have, the higher chance there is for limbs to be damaged. Are you doing the Metroidvania month, or is this for something else? Having limbs with no weapons equipped increase accuracy, but equipping multiple weapons gives you more choices, well, without consuming a turn to equip different weapons. I mean, maybe. It's kind of open. I see. Okay. So is this first person, third person? What are we talking about? I mean, it sounds like you're dealing with 3D. Top down. Oh, okay. Let me do a shout out to Els. Els has got a lot of things in the oven. Els had an epic talk yesterday. It basically, normally he's working on an NES game with a friend, but last night it was just like gabbing with gals, and it was a big gab session. But it was a really good talk about like sort of indie game, like philosophical, who am I kind of thing, but also like thoughts on publishing and stuff. I'm of the mind right now in the indie space, do not seek out a publisher. Like personally, because what'll happen is a publisher is going to come find you if your game's like the thing that they would want, right? The real publisher is going to come and find you. But if you're seeking them out, I feel like that's not. I just think that you're still going to be self-promoting. You're still going to be doing all this work that you would be doing if you were by yourself. And I don't know that like going to them and saying, "Hey, I need this money up front," is like even going to be a thing right now. But that's my personal vibe on it. But as an indie dev, like I'm averse to, one of the reasons why I'm doing Godot is because if I do hit it big, the only money I want to be giving to is Steam, the 30%, right? I don't want to have to also cut a check for Unity and then I have a publisher who's just taking some off the top. Like I just don't want to do that. Seems like it can be hit or miss. Yeah, it's kind of an homage to more classic roguelike games like Dwarf Fortress. Dwarf Fortress is wild. You've seen, I presume, have you seen the No Clip documentary on Dwarf Fortress? It's like 5 episodes. It's like 5 hours long. Okay, let me track it down for you here. Episode 2. So they've got quite a few things about this. Episode 3. Here we go. So it's 4 episodes, and it starts with this one. Let me see if I can find a playlist. Yeah, this one links to a playlist, the one I sent you. I think, maybe. But, hey, buddy. Is this for me? Did you make it?
No, Mama made put the ice cream and then I poured the sprinkles.
Oh, thank you. Ooh, almost knocked my teeth out, buddy.
I love you.
I love you. Ah. Oh, big squishy hug. All right, you have fun.
And also, what are you doing right there?
I am building something. We're going to try and see if we can dig through these bricks.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
All right.
And also, can you use what's in the oxide?
Use the what?
The antioxidant.
Oh, the TNT?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe. Maybe we could have something like that. Okay. I love you, handsome pants.
The apple.
Oh, okay. I gotta get back to work. Okay. Papa doesn't have a lot of time to work right now, so he's got to work. Okay. And here's what we're gonna do. So we're gonna do this, and then what we're gonna have is what I'm imagining, what I think would be really cool, what I want to do, because I guess this is polish, and I shouldn't concern myself with this, right? But I feel like when you see it, it's like, oh, this is cool, and it's just something you want to do when you're making a game. What I'm imagining when we break these blocks is instead of them either like flickering or fading away or whatever, I'm imagining they just turn into a physics body that only then collides with the world, and maybe the player's collision, but it doesn't stop the player. So the super light, but you destroy the block that's technically destroyed. It's part of the grid map of the world, but it goes away. It's then replaced with a rigid body that then has a force applied to it, and it shrinks, and it just sort of goes away. It shrinks away. And so there's some force applied to it, and it just kind of moves out of the way. There's a neat plugin for that. Yeah, I'll definitely check it out. I'm averse to using too many different plugins. I find them, but yeah, send me something about that. So then what we'll do then is we'll just have a cache of some default blocks. So we need a block scene. So we'll create a block, and then we'll just cache a bunch of them so that we have this ready. So this is going to be a 3D scene. We're going to call this block piece. And to save on everything, it's going to be a mesh. So mesh instance with a collision. I guess if it's a rigid body, we can make that the top. Reparents. Make scene root. There we go. And then we have the collision itself. And then we put the mesh inside the collision. And then when we scale the mesh, we scale the collision. How about that? And so we go box shape. And then the key to a lot of this, I think, is to make the actual body really light. So we either reduce the gravity scale, or because I kind of like the idea too that it doesn't really fall, like it's ethereal, and it's just sort of like now going into nothingness. So maybe we do change the gravity scale, but for now we can change the mass to be like super light. Hopefully you won't mesh out on that one. Thank you. Thank you for that. Very punny. Oh, fractal. Oh, okay. No, but this is actually useful for a game I'm working on. This isn't what I'm thinking, Drift. But I'm going to bookmark this because this is useful for something else I'm doing. Okay. The only possible issue with this is you have to add code to the player to have it push rigid bodies out of the way. Yeah, I'll do that. We'll get it. This won't take too long. The mesh part of it, though, what we want to do is we're going to know which, so we have a mesh library, right? And then we know the mesh right here. I'm going to copy this just for testing, paste it here. So now this is exactly what we're going to do in code. In code, when we hit that block, we know which mesh we're going to use. We put the mesh inside instance of this block piece. We clear that piece out of the grid map. We then put this piece into the same exact spot, same exact rotation, same everything. And then we apply a force to it that then sort of pushes it. And then when that happens, we also have it shrink into nothing. Once it scales down to 0, we turn it invisible, shut out all the collisions off and everything, and we put it back in the cache. So that's what I'm thinking. So then just to confirm, if we have the collision shape 3D and we change the transform scale down, the mesh should scale down as well, right? Yes. Okay, so our mesh is going to match the collision size. Make sure you don't load it at runtime because it'll lag. We'll be okay. Yeah, we'll see. We are in jam mode, though. We are in jam mode. Okay. So the next thing we need to do, the first thing we'll work on is just like clearing the piece out, right? So piece out. So I guess the next thing we could do too is with the player controller, we need a raycast essentially, so that we have one here. Yeah, it's on the camera. Okay, so this is the one we're going to use. Yeah, and so, but where is, let's get rid of our preview. And what does this raycast look like? Where is it? Oh, I have it invisible. There it is. Yeah, that's far enough for if we hit something, right? Let's check the animation for dig. And dig kind of goes out. So if we're close enough to something, so raycast, let's confirm the player controller has raycast. It does. What are we using it for currently? Nothing. Okay, so we might want to stretch raycast out. Let's do another search just in our code for raycast, just to confirm. Player controller and then shovel. So we have a raycast for the shovel itself, nothing else. Okay, good to know. Whoops, get rid of that. So there's our raycast. So we'll just check when we're holding down for the dig action. We're gonna check the collision on the raycast. Now, can we do this? I'm not sure actually. I don't know if we have to wait or we have to do this on a physics step. I'm pretty sure we will. Godot Raycast 3D. Are you on Linux? I'm on, yeah, I'm using a Marchi. LazyVim, yeah. Yeah. So I've got like the tree sitter and all that stuff, NeoTree, which I don't really use that often. And then based, I guess. I'm not the most, like my Vim motions, I'm not like super elite on Vim motions or whatever. Okay, so also I have a ton of problems with LSP and Godot. LSP tends to disconnect a lot. Honestly, I just use Nano. Nano's nice. I mean, back in the day, I did use Emacs. But everyone made fun of me for it. I'll be right back.
That's cool.
Cool?
Yeah, cool.
You think it's cool?
It's cool.
It's not cool.
Need to go eat, Mr. Elliptic. Oh no, I just left and I got raided. Let me do a shout out. Thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. Master of Juicing. I was just checking out a video that you made. You're probably already gone. For UI juicing. Which I very much appreciated as reference. Well, welcome in everybody. We're going to Metroidvania clone. I can show you what's going on with that. We've got an ability right now that we've got going. So got this like room. We're kind of just messing around with some things. We have a shovel here. We can throw it back and then like throw it forward at us. And we're thinking that this is going to be something that you can like launch into the wall and then jump on and climb and then jump and throw it again and climb it and then jump and throw it again and climb it. That kind of thing. We're trying to make a Metroidvania for Metroidvania month. We also have this Alice in Wonderland little shrinking thing we can do. And that's about it, really. And then we have a level editor and a map editor. Like we have a room editor, and we can place those rooms in the map. We can have duplicates of the rooms and so on and so forth. So we have all that kind of stuff going. And right now we're just working on destroying blocks and what's that's going to look like. So let me go back to the room editor because I think I lost what I had done. Here, I didn't save it. So let me set that up really quick and then we'll get back to what I was doing. Okay, so we're going to have that. Let's save this. And if we save it, and now we have to bake the room. So we have, in the game, we have to build the rooms out. We bake them. So there we go. And so the world is made up of a series of grid maps. But what we're going to work on right now is the ability to go up to the block and dig into it. So we'll take our shovel. Oh, it's not showing the change. Why does it not show it? Sometimes I actually have to reload the project. Is that going to be... Oh, there we go. I just didn't save the room. Okay. Or the game scene. So we're going to go up. We have to get our FPS drawing over the view right now. Because right when you get close, the the thing you're holding kind of get, the mesh eats it up. We're going to go up to it and just dig in. And what the plan is to delete the grid map mesh, and then we're going to replace it with just a block rigid body that we apply a force to. And it's going to push the block away, and the block is just going to kind of roll out and shrink into nothing. So that's how I want to kind of do block destruction in this. We're doing it in like a Minecraftian looking style and going from there. So, but yeah, I appreciate the raid. I'm sorry I walked away. Is it Gatunon? Gatunon or Gatuno Neptuno? How's it going? Minecraft voxels and shambles. Exactly. So that's the trick, guys. If you ever want to get raided, you just get up or you refactor and break the game's code so that you can't show anything. And that's, if you leave your desk or you break your game, you're going to get raided. Chances of raid high. Just like anytime you're watching a streamer and you say something to them and they start to reply to you and the stream buffers. That's like the rule, right? Okay, so we're going to get the so we'll get Collider. Hopefully we get something. So it's just telling us a grid map. But we could get a collision point, right? And then we could look up where on the grid map it is. So get collision point. There we go. Okay, so now we have a collision point. And we have to use the grid maps offset, subtract that. And then we use a lookup. Map to local. No, we want to do local to map. But we could use to local. So if we say collider, world pause, local pause. Put this inside of an array. Dude, that drives me nuts. What's a good key shortcut for that? So if I insert, I just want to take the neighbor. We'll figure it out someday. Okay, so now we have this collision point. And if we say to local on it, so we go like this, and we know the collider, because it's literally returning the grid map. So hang on a second. So we're going to say, for now, we're going to trust that we're getting a grid map back. We're going to say var collider grid map equals raycast 3D get collider. Then we'll get rid of this collider. Yeah, so we're leaving a trap for ourselves right now. We have to be aware of collider local to local. To local, and then we're going to use a collision point. So we say raycast 3D get collision point. And hopefully we get a local collision of our point. So we got to rerun it because it's not updating at runtime for some reason. Go over here. Whoops. To local on null. Oh, yeah. If collider so we have a local position. Seems to be the same. The room we're in must be 0, 0, right? Let's confirm. Yeah, this is 0, 0. Okay, so for now we're going to trust that. So we have the collider. And all we're going to do right now is just we're going to erase it from the grid map. So set cell item. So we choose the position. Autocomplete, of course, totally broken. To local. And then we say map position or local to map. So this is weird because we have to do this again. We're nesting it inside of it. Local to map. Lots of nesting. But why declare a bunch of variables, right? If we're just wanting this one result. For readability. Yeah, I know. I'm making a jam game. Leave me alone. Map cell. And then we say, just for now, I'm going to print it out. Map cell. Fiera, how's it going, man? Non-existent function cell item. Oh, yeah. Makes sense. Dude, my changes are not hitting real time right now. How you doing, Fiera? So now we have a map cell. Okay, so now we're going to try deleting it. So now we have a map cell proper. We're going to say collider set cell item and map cell And item. Invalid cell item will clear the cell. So the constants from grid map called invalid cell item. Grid map. Invalid cell item should be -1. So let's close reopen. We do a shout out to, did I do a shout out to Elliptic? There we go. So the ray casting is a little bit off. We need to turn on our ray so we can see where it is. So we're deleting blocks. Let's look at the ray. Oh, gotta turn on collision shapes. Okay, so there's our big fatty right there. Yeah, so it doesn't line up with the shovel, right? So we might need to adjust some things. Mud, what's up? I'm rate limited. How goes the Metroidvania? It's all right. I mean, we got some things. I don't know what you've seen. But we got this pretty cool shovel thing we can do now where we can throw the shovel. And I'm thinking that wherever the shovel lands, you'll be able to like jump and walk on it. And then you could jump again and throw another shovel and try and land on that one, right? So instead of a double jump, this is like kind of gets you stuck on a certain path. And then we're also working on like getting rid of blocks. Right now you can delete any so long as you raycast with it. But it's interesting that sometimes it shows a collision. I think the world space stuff is slightly off, but it is seeming to work on a different grid map as well, so that's good. So we might actually globally be slightly off. Like that one there I can't get rid of. That's weird, right? That's really weird. Why is it only the facing like that way? I don't know. I think something with array is not quite right. Let's try changing the length. Maybe make it bigger. Make it another half a meter longer. That's what it is. Yeah, the expectation to be able to... Minecraft has trained our brains, right? So we kind of have to go with our Minecraft guts on this stuff. Like this one right here, I can't clear it. Oh, I know why. Do you guys know why? Because I do. It's exactly what I thought. We're testing on input, not on physics step. So we have to do this on physics. Although I believe you can force grid map, or you can force raycasting to update right then and there, right? So let's see if I can do that. Force raycast update. Okay, let's see if that helps. Ah. Yep. Seems to be helping. I still don't think it's 100%, but it's much better. What about if I'm facing this way? Nope. Look at that. Nothing. I don't know, bros. What's that about? Hmm. Hit from inside. Let's turn that on. So like right there. What? Why? That's weird, right? Nothing. Okay, but interestingly, we are showing. Ah. Okay, it has to do with the world. It has to do with something else. It's the world position stuff. Fiera. Let me do a shout out to Fiera. Fiera's working on a hardcore flap 'em up called Pollinate or Die. I finally saw you were showing on the stream the game that you sort of are drawing inspiration from. Hardcore flap 'em up. Got my business account going today, guys. I told the lady at the bank, I said, you're either going to see my first deposit is like $600 or like 50K. No in between. Apparently, I have to warn them if I'm going to have like a huge deposit. So if I'm going to hit like 100, I'll be like, hey, there's a bunch of money coming in. And they'll be like, yes, sir. Yes, yes. You know, Mr. Cricket. I'll be like, damn straight. Damn straight. Now we mask with the world. Anyways, okay. Continuing on. We're trying to do. So what about the forces? So we're going to replace the block with a rigid body and then apply a force to the rigid body, right? So we have a rigid body here, angular. So you can you can create a burst of a force. Let's look up rigid body really quick. Tell them to reserve one of the Scrooge McDuck's money vaults for you. Hell yeah. Applies a position force to the body. A force is time dependent to be applied every physics update. Position is the offset from the body origin and global coordinates. Global coordinates. Okay. Apply a force. Okay. So let's first try replacing the block, right? So in the game code, we're going to have this cache of a block. I guess we should have a function called like replace func destroy block. And We're going to have a global position. Global position. And then we're going to have a cache of blocks that we're going to instantiate one block at that location. So do we have a cache location as well? Good, good. So static var, I guess it doesn't need to be static, but var block cache is going to be an array of, and we haven't set it up, but it's going to be block piece. And for now, I'll just preload it. So we'll just const block piece packed scene preload again, because we're in jam game thinking, right? We don't care about proper anything. So we got our block piece, copy the UID, put it in here. Okay, so we got our block piece, and now we need a constant for the block cache size. Const block piece cache size integer, and for now, I guess we'll just say 10. And this is going to be an array of node of rigid bodies, 3D. For now, we're not giving it a specific class name. And I guess we could we do a sizing right here? Can you instantiate with a size? No, you got to do it on ready. So we say block cache, resize. And actually, we don't even need to do, we don't have to resize it. Because we can do a for loop. For child, rigid body, 3D. I guess it would be an index. It was going to be appended. Let's count. So it's just index. Int in block piece cache size. And for now, we just do an append. And we're going to append what? We're going to append an instance of the block piece. Rigid body 3D is block piece packed scene instantiate. And we're going to take this piece and add child. We need a place to put them. I mean, I guess it goes in cache, right? So I guess cache just gets these nesting. So cache, I'm going to put a node and call it block pieces. We don't have to plural. And then over here, we're going to go block piece. So cache block piece. And then we'll just point to something's broken. Oh. So okay, so we'll add child to that. And we're still broken. Expected indent. Oh, we have to destroy. Do you want to destroy my sweater? Whoa, whoa, whoa. So we go block piece. Be right back. I'm gonna grab a drink. I got my nose itches. It's like I got a Coke nose. Uh Back. Okay, right. So we're gonna create this cache of blocks. We've got this cache, and we're just gonna iterate. So current var block current index integer. And then anytime we grab it, we're just going to increment this, right? And we're going to wrap it. So we say current index block current index plus equals 1. But we say it's worse than that. It's an equals. Because we say wrap integer value is block current index. We can do this with modulus, right? Can't we? Percent block piece cache size. Is that it? I believe that's it, right? It'll wrap. We'll go with that and see how long we get along with that. So that's at the end, but right now we're going to grab from our cache, block current index. And I guess it could just be block index. It doesn't have to be current index. It doesn't really matter. So now we have that particular block. And what we're going to do is assign its position. And we're going to say global position equals global position. And then we also need to make it visible. So we say block cache visible equals true. And I guess now we do need a class name because we're going to need to do some things with it. And we have to have the index and all that. All right. So we go bloop. So let's look at we need to put a script on it. Block piece. And we'll say block piece. And then that'll have a nice little number on it. Attach the script, scene, block piece, create. Go over here. There's our class. And now we say, now we can tween everything, right? So we're going to say var destroy. Do you want to destroy my sweater? Whoa. And what are we bitching about? Oh, this is a func, not a var. Func And we go like that. And then we're going to have an export because we always, Cricket loves his exports here. Export, and we're going to have the collision shape 3D. That's what we want to shrink. Var collision shape 3D. And I know you don't need to do this, but I've grown to like it. So leave me alone. Leave Crickney alone. Collision shape, and we'll tween it. How fast should it go? Let's try half a second. Half a second tends to be generally the sweet spot I'm finding. Hold this thread as I walk away. As I walk away. I'll soon be naked. Lying on the floor. So we're going to create. So var tween. Create. Tween. What did I do wrong? Oh. Tween. Stop bitching at me. Calm down. There it is. I'll get it, okay? Leave me alone. Create tween tween. Tween property. I don't like how you have to say tween tween. I mean, most of the time, I guess I get it. I get why, okay? I just don't like it. Leave me alone. Size. And so we have our starting size. We're going to tween to the final size. Final size is going to be the final size, which is going to be 0. Ba-da-boo-boo. Ba-da-boo-boo-boo. And then we go duration 0 to 5. So bam, it's going to shrink the collision shape into nothing in 5 seconds. And then we await tween finished, lying on the floor, and we then queue free. No, we don't want to queue free the block piece. See, this is where things get a little weird. We're gonna say visible. We actually need to. Okay, it's a little worse than this though. We might actually want to do this. You know what? I think we want to do this on the outside. So what we probably want to do is get collision shape. So func, which is kind of overkill. But I think we're going to want to do this in the game here when we destroy block. Because otherwise we got to have a signal and all kinds of bullshit. And we don't really need any of that. We just need to create a tween and get rid of the thing. So we're going to put it on the scene tree. And then we need to tween the property from the block cache itself, which is now going to be a block piece, which has this export. Now, we know we can't grab an export because it's not a static value. So we could either just know the exact place in the scene to grab it, or we say we do an on ready, which makes me want to throw up, but we'll do it. And we'll just do % collision shape. I mean, we could do the like this just in case it moves. And we say collision shape equals % collision shape. And there we go. And now we have a reference to it. So now we can go back over to our game code. And we're going to tween property here for and this, we're going to have it, we're going to change it now. It's going to now be block piece. Save that, go up here, and blah, 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 blah. Rigid body. So it's no longer a rigid body. It is block piece. And no longer rigid body here. It is block piece. And really, we don't even need this var. We can do this in a one shot. We know what's going on. We can read code. Oh, but we do need to add. We can get it from the index. Look at us. Go on now. Look at us. So we go here and we say index because we just assigned it. Paste. Index. Done. Okay, so that's set. Go to the bottom. Destroy block. In this case, we will get a var for block piece. Var block piece equals this some bitch. Then we're going to go. Ooh, we could spell block right. That would help, right? Oh, they almost spelled my company name wrong. Luckily, I caught that. Could you imagine? I'd submit the papers and they'd be like, yeah, that's not the same spelling. Like, son of a bitch. Damn it. Block piece visible. There we go. Tween property. So then we say block piece collision shape 3D size blah 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 blah. So we're tweening it here, right? We're not doing it on the block piece, and the reason why we're doing that is because when it's done, we have to do something else here. So we await tween. Might as well do our count up after we get the index. So we literally can do that right here because we're not going to use it again. I wanted it to be fun.org, not fun.org, not fun.org. She's like, this is weird. Your company name is strange. She didn't say it. I know she was thinking it. I know she was thinking it. All right, so we finish the tween and then we make ourselves invisible. But we also move us back to the cache location. So what we say is we say block piece global position equals cache global position. Is it cache? Yeah, it's a node. It doesn't have a global. It's just a node. I'm just a node. This creates an interesting. We're going to make it a global position. We're going to have the cache. Everything's going to be in the depths of hell below us. Change type. Cached is going to be a node 3D. I have decided. Cricket has decided. Transform's going to be negative. Really far away on Y. Okay. And then cache now is a node 3D. All right. It's down there. Now we have to assign it again because it changed types. All set. Cool. So now we have a cache position. So global piece, cache, global position. So now we put the piece, once it's done its animation, once it's shrunken and it's gone away, it then becomes from visible to not, and we put the global position down at the bottom. We can also turn off processing and all that kind of stuff too. But we're not going to do any of that right now. Okay, so there it goes. We stash it down on the bottom of the scene and we make it invisible. And I think this is actually going to create orphans, right? I believe, maybe. Let me see. It's on the scene tree. We're not taking it off the scene tree. I think we're okay. Yeah, no orphans. Okay. Well, I don't know what's going to happen if it even is it going to work? No. Oh, because we're not calling destroy block. So, if we're not going to do any of that right now, I'm going to take a quick nap. Go for it. Go for it, dig cup. Map cell, set cell item. We have our global position. We're looking it up. Collider local to map. This is our local position, global position. Collider to local. Ray class, get. This is our global collision point. This is where we're actually going to put the thing. But we actually want to get to local Collider to local. This is the global point. Var global. And actually, hang on a second. On our game code, we're doing global position. Block position. And then we're going to say block position here. Because global is a reserved word, or is already a parameter that we have. Block position. Helps if I spell block right. There we go. Do a double check here real quick for global position. We're okay. So back to this. Still are not applying force yet. Player controller var block global position equals this right here. Bloop. Block global position. There we go like that. Okay, now we have that. So then we say main game. What are we calling it? Destroy. Destroy block. And then we say block global position. And we need a type as well, which we're not doing just yet. But right now, the piece is going to be sandblock because main is not defined in, you know what? Main's not defined in your mom's scope. 100% should be. Do we not have main? We don't, because we're just going straight. Yeah, we're into jam thinking right now, right? So we don't even have a. Ooh. Can we make this static? We're using way too many elements on the scene tree, right? Block cache isn't static, but maybe we can make block static. That's not a static block current index, but it could be. Let's see how far we can get. Okay, all we're left with is the tween issue and the cache stuff. So we can't make it static. We have to be able to reference game. Game. Right. I can't call destroy block. What we can do is have it be a static function that then calls another function that's not static. Is that possible? Can you call a non-static function a static function? I don't think you can. Let's try it. So we have static fun time calls bun time, which is func bun time. Can I call non-static function bun time and fun time? Okay. So that's a big fat no. No fun time with the bun time. Well, that's a bummer. we just need a reference to game. Ironically, I'm gonna do what I always end up doing because it just makes life so much easier, guys. It really does. We're gonna have a main scene called main. I'm not ending up using, not because I have any desire not to, but I end up not needing to use auto loads or like singletons or whatever. Because I end up making a main scene that then loads what we need, and we have a static variable reference to said thing. So in a sense, that's an auto load. But the reason why I end up doing that is because you generally have a load screen at the start of the game. So main becomes responsible for that for me. And if I'm going to load in everything in anyways, right? And it's like, okay, well, we're doing that. If I just make the reference static, I can have it. So here's the UID. So we're going to go var or const. And this is going to cause a huge chain effect because we're not going to have a load bar. So this is going to make the game, if the game is big, it's going to make the load tremendous and there's going to be nothing happening. Const game packed scene equals preload that then triggers all the other preloads, right? And none of it's threaded. Here, so var game instance, and actually we just say game equals game packed scene instantiate. Good Lord. There we go. Add child game. And then we go here, project, and we just change to say use main as our starting scene. So we go find main. There we go. So now in our code, we can reference main.game. And so in the player controller here, so main.game should work. Destroy block, all that should be okay. Let's go over here. And let's confirm that destroy block is firing. It is. So we must be placing the block in some strange position. Destroy block, %s, %block position. All right, let's see. Okay, so that's part of the weirdness. And we do have block pieces. Do we have them on the scene tree, right? Add child to block piece. Let's look at the running scene tree. Just make sure we have something. Cache. Yep, there's a bunch of block pieces. Now we're setting their position to a global position when we do destroy, right? So we grab a cache. We set it to the block position, which should be global position. So, interesting, destroy block. It should be map cells. Sure. Do you need help unplugging it?
Okay. It's gonna help the cake cool faster. Okay. Cassie gets off at 6.
Oh, that's the day?
Yeah,
Oh, I get it now.
that's what we're doing. And she doesn't work tomorrow, so we couldn't push it.
Mm.
Thank you.
I get it now. Block, piece, global position, visible true. Let's get rid of our twin. Let's get rid of all this. Now, we do have this collision thing. How about this too? Global position. I'm just going to do this. Vector 3, 0 plus vector 3. Let's just put it somewhere behind us. So we should be able to turn around and see a block piece. And we don't. Let's check our cache. Now they're all visible. But one of these sons of bitches. Look at that. This one's falling. They're all falling. This makes perfect sense. They're all falling. So they have some sort of velocity attached to them, right? Because they're rigid bodies. So how about before we add them? Process mode. Disabled. Disable. All right, let's just make sure these guys aren't falling. They are not. So process mode, we need to re-enable processing when we do all this stuff. Can we set the global position and then change the process mode? I don't know. Block piece, process mode. Inherit. Just like everything else in, normally. Whew. There it is. There she went. Now that's funny because I can't. Okay. But this is a good sign. So, whew, there's one. Whoop, there's the other. Okay. So let's set the global position back to, and then when the tweening, when all this is, well, first let's just see if we can get this son of a bitch to be where we need it. We know we're setting a bad position as well because we're not, it's a literal global, it's the space for the, it's right where the collision happens and not where the block should instantiate. So like, it's probably doing some crazy, why is it not? Oh, I didn't save. It's got to do some crazy thing here when we break it. Yeah, it kind of jutted out, and then this one's probably going to do something else. Yeah. And their collision bounds should, by default, should probably already be a little bit smaller than what they're going into. So the collision shape, we should already be like 0.999. Just so we squeeze in there. What's the margin? 0.04. So I think we would need to be 0.96 or something like that for the solving margin. Okay, so now we're slightly smaller off the bat, just to kind of squeeze in there. And then also, so we want to go, like we were saying, so this Map to local, local to map. We actually want collider. We need this to be, let's see, grid map. We have to get local to map and then back again. There and back again. A hobbit's tale. We want to go local to map. So all of this bullshit. What a lot of translation that is going on here. And then block map position. And then we say collider map to local. Block map position. Whoops. Like so. Block map position. So this is block map position. Like that. Let's try it now. There we go. Okay, so the block ends up right where it needs to be, right? And now we're going to do our tween animation and get rid of it. And lovely. So we do this. We tween the shrinkage. And then when we're finished, we actually want to turn off process mode. All right. Process mode disabled, go back to visible false and set our global position to the cache global position. And let's run it. I keep forgetting to save. What is wrong with me? Oh, that's weird. Tween. So what are we getting with block piece? Maybe, oh, you know what? I don't know that we can do size that way. Let's check Node 3D. I think something about size. Size is not even it's scale. I'm a dumbass. Scale. Woo. Okay. So we're getting there. Now we have the scale shrinking, right? But what we actually want to do, like I said, is apply some force to it so that as it's shrinking, it kind of is like getting shoved away or something. Now, I suppose we could also just not have it be, I don't know. And it's linear, right? It's not interesting just yet. Now we can turn off the collision shapes, so that'll help a little bit, at least with the preview. Come over here and so there's a little bit of bugs here that we got to deal with. We need to be faster though, probably. Okay, so force. Angular, so let's go back to rigid body. Rigid body 3D. And we want to apply a force to it. And there's a position, so we actually know if we use the ray, if we use our ray as the direction, I think that's a cool way to go. So if the block is like on the very top of something and you're looking up at it and you destroy it, it'll just kind of go flying upwards. And if it's down and you destroy it, it'll go down and like bounce around and stuff. We also kind of we want, so the position of the force and the force itself, it'd be nice if we could get some sort of spin. So there's impulse as well. And an impulse is like it's moving itself, and a force is like something's being acted upon it, right? Torque, rotational force without affecting position. Torque impulse. So we could, this is how we could get it to randomly spin. So we apply an impulse and a torque impulse. And so we can get a directional push and a rotational movement. And this is the one we would do in our RNG on, right? So applied impulse. So this one, we need to, if we put it on the center position of the block, we need to know the ray direction to translate the impulse coordinate stuff. But for now, we could just, I don't know, this is gonna get a little weird. Let's do the torque impulse first. Let's torque it, baby. Block, please. Apply torque impulse. And we just want an RNG of a VEC3. Can I just, is there just an RNG? Rand? Can you just do a Rand? VEC3. Random? No. Is there a quick way I can get a 3 set of random numbers? Position. Let's go back. Impulse, VEC3, rotational impulse. So it'd even have to be a range. So it'd be a VEC3 Rand F range between 0 and 1. And we'll just do that 3 times. Okay. It does seem to be, kind of feels like it needs more. Let's bump it up to 2. We also don't have, we have like ambient lighting. It's really dulling the, like we're not getting any sharp shadows or anything just yet in the world. So it's kind of hard to tell. It's like rocking. It isn't just rotational. Supposedly applies rotational impulse without affecting the position. It's kind of bullshit. So we could do just apply torque. And this is just going to keep going. Blah. Let's make it more dramatic. I mean, it's kind of interesting. These things need to be light as all get out. Again, I need to be able to just push them out of the way. So if we gravity scale down to, see, if we do this, they're just going to float, right? Like if we gravity scale 0, then they'll just float in space. Oh, they're wanting to float up. Okay, light as a feather. It still gets in my way. Like I still can't push it. It like pushes me. That's weird, right? Okay, next thing we need to do is destroy block. And actually we could get the mesh from the block. Or from the actually, this whole thing could be passed over as a single, the collider. So destroy block, we could just pass the block and do the rest on it there. That's probably the way to go, right? So get collider, if there is a collider, destroy block collider, right? So we kind of move all of this over onto the rest of the code. That's the way to do it. Uh-huh, uh-huh. I like it. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Game. Main. Game. Destroy. Block. Collider. And then we do it over here. And then over here, we go bloop. And we say bloop, 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 bloop. Bloop. Too long. I'm taking too long on this. Collider. Block. Becomes what? This becomes the grid map. Collider is a collision. What does the raycast get us when we do collider? We got to pass the raycast. We got to pass the raycast collision. We got to pass. We got to do the raycast. But because we need to know if there is a collision. Collider, collider, collider. Remember the collider of November. Player. Raycast. Bloop. Colliders, the grid map. And then we're using the raycast collision point. Go back to player controller. Force raycast update. Raycast. Game destroy. Block. Raycast. We do this here and that on the destroy block as well. Look at all that. Okay. Ray cast 3D. This is a little jank. Anything that says raycast underscore, we got to get rid of. If collider, we do all this. Or we could just say, if not, we do a return. And then we have a little less nesting. Looking good. Looking good. And we don't have to do this. So block position. Collider map to, so this is the block position. And it's a global position. Let's make sure everything's still working.
Example.
Still good. Okay. I got a cake sample from my daughter. Mmm. Okay. I'm beginning to think at this point what I'm not sure why I'm not able to push this thing around. I think I might have the wrong collision. I might have the wrong physics body. Let's see. I mean, rigid body's my only thing. I mean, the mass is nothing. Now, what if what if we don't apply an impulse? Where did you put my apples? I don't know. Does weird things to those emotes. We got to reset the scale. I literally can't fit through this. Um, is this our player height? Dude, Sid, 95 consecutive streams, dude. That is awesome. How you doing? I don't know. I'm going to cut this. I'm going to be just super short. I don't know. Let's cut ourselves in half. Now we're super low to the ground. Our collision shape is interesting. It's our width. This has nothing to do with our height. It's our width, baby. 1.9. Our radius. We're too fat. There we go. Okay, let's bring back our animation stuff. I appreciate it, though. That's really cool. Now, I think the reason why we can't push the thing has to do with the fact that we are shrinking the bounding box, the collision shape. And I think that tweening action is causing this issue. So that's what I think. Spending way too much time on block destruction. Would you guys agree? I think I would agree. But really the animation stuff is the last thing I did with it. So, how about we do the following? We make the block we mask with world, but we are nothing. Okay, so we'll collide with world, but the player is going to be able to just walk right through it. So whatever it does, it's not going to affect us. It can do its crazy loop-de-loos and its droobity-doos, and we should be able to just walk through it. Yeah. Okay, so we'll have the loop-de-loos and the doobly-doos, and now we can go ham with torque impulse. Let's try something crazy, like we're going to go up to 10. Random range to 10. Maybe we have a low that's between something not close to 0. So we force it between 5 and 10, let's say. So that we have a guaranteed whackity-doo movement. Run again. I have to keep reloading because my save's not. It's doing jack shit. This isn't doing what I want it to do. All right. Torque impulse, apply torque, add constant torque. Applied over time. I'll apply your mom over time. Catch what I mean. Do you smell what I'm cooking? What if you wake 95 times in one consecutive day? Oh man, that's like being at a hospital. Trying to sleep like every 5 seconds you're getting woken up. It's like, goddamn, let me sleep. You don't seem very rested. Yeah, I don't, huh? Isn't that weird? Isn't that weird how unrested I seem right now? That's strange. How strange. Looking good. Okay. Okay, so we're all set with that. Man, I really had a vision for this and it's just not executing. Okay, well, if it's not a rigid body, then we could do our own unique style of like shrinking into the centerpiece kind of thing. Do we have any cool Godot shaders dissolve crap? Maybe we will use the stuff that Driftware had linked. Chicken. Yeah, I can't force it. Can't force it. GD Quest has a library of free shaders. So in that case, we would have our mesh and we would have a material onset mesh. And then what do we do? If we do a material override, we're going to lose everything. If we add a shader material, we can try the code. This is super old. Everything's busted on it. How do you spell dematerialize? Got it. Nothing for that. Well, I'll just disappear. Dear God, man. Whoa. God, this has been a fantastic waste of time. How long has the stream been going on? Three hours. Cricket, stop. No. I said stop it. No. Stop it. No. All right. We're going to let it go. Here's what we're going to do. No more collision shape. We're just a mesh. We're going to get rid of all that. We're still block piece. Go back over to game. We no longer need to do the freezing processing thing or anything. So we get rid of that. Go down here. Get rid of this. All this stays the same. Get rid of the process mode crap. Okay, so we clear out the cell item. All we really need to do is change the mesh. And we're a mesh instance 3D now for block piece. Get rid of this crap. And then we just have to swap the mesh out. So we need to get the cell mesh before we remove it. So grid map to bias. We are cell item gives us an integer. Can we get meshes? Okay. That's an array of the meshes. So what here we go. So we got to get cell item. So we have the block map as a blah, 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 block piece. So we say block piece mesh. And I believe there's like is there like a set mesh or something? I'm not sure. We're going to try it this way. We're going to say mesh equals collider, which is grid map. Get cell item. We have a set cell item. Well, we have to get cell item in order to get the integer. Map cell. Get meshes. Okay, so now it should turn into whatever the mesh is that we broke. So if I go over here and I break this one, collision shape. So where's that? The overarching task is to just be able to, right now I was just trying to do block breaking. Okay, so we're still not setting the mesh. I think we actually have to create an instance. Let me make sure I'm actually getting a mesh this way. There's something about assigning a mesh that was like, we're going to run duplicate on it and see if that does it. So I think it's working. I think we're just actually assigning the wrong mesh. Is that possible? Maybe I need to reload. Okay, it seems to be working. It's just kind of off. All right, I'll be right back, guys. When we get back, let's try and get it where we can jump onto the shovel. And I guess we'll just try to get the level editing set up so that we can actually kind of create stages the way that, because we need to be able to edit the levels in real time, hot reloading kind of stuff. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, let's get to work. So let's see if we got the blocks going away the way we want them to. I mean, yeah, that's right. We were doing it. So I think it's weird. I feel like maybe there's just some weird thing going on with we have no mesh on here. So it is grabbing something, right? It's just not the something we want. Let's go up here, make sure we have the right packed scene with our UID. Yes. So when we run it, it's off. The mesh is off. See, that's it thinks it's the brown. It thinks it's the brown. And so on. So we're grabbing, here's what I think is going on. We're grabbing the wrong, we're getting the wrong cell item. We're setting the cell item to null already. So that's already problem number 1. Block piece is here. So this has to happen before that. So I think that's part of it. Set cells happening here. We know we're setting the cell. Map cell. Get cell item. Map cell. Get cell item. Before we set cell item. Go like this. Get cell item. I guess we could print out the cell item too, just to make sure. Cell item. 27. So now it's different. 27. 19. That's weird, right? That it's, I think it's not. Okay, so this is another hint. Okay, let's try. Come on, Cricket. Oh, they're all gray. Okay. Colin, what's up? Transform 3D and mesh references. So I think if I use mesh library get mesh, get item mesh. We might have better luck this way. But our cell is still wrong. How is the Hammond? The John Hammond? Or the John Jammin? There we go. That's better. Okay. It's all right, Colin. It's all right. It could be better. You know, sometimes you get in a role and sometimes you don't get in a role. And I just don't like the jam theme. I'll be totally honest about that. I think the jam theme is kind of a turd. A little bit of a turd. I'm going to try this cake thing that my daughter made. Oh, it looks really yummy. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. How dare you disrespect the theme? Mmm. Mmm. Mm. So how do we draw? How do we draw this? So we're going to create a sub viewport, right? And then we put all of the all of our stuff in it. And now all of our items are invisible. Right, even though they're still there. You're like, ah! Our shovel's busted right now. But sub viewport, blah. Now, how do we draw the viewport back onto the scene? Wait, there's Z clipping now. So this is what we want to turn on. We do have an export of the material. Let's cut it in half. Oh, the real problem with this is Okay. All right, we'll get rid of that on there. Get it on the tools. It's doing jack shit. Made my wife laugh. This isn't doing anything. Let's check. Now, it's possible that these exports don't have the same. No? Godot. It's going good. How's your mom going? It's clipping. We don't want that clipping. Field of view or override. Okay. Sick just in time for a long weekend. Lame, 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 lame. So this is doing something. This is doing nothing. If we change the field of view, is there a next pass on the shader? Maybe there is. Bye. Love you guys. Bye. Well, are you going to be a raptor?
I want to scare Miss Kitten.
You're going to scare her?
What kind of way?
Bye. I'm proud of you for making
Also, I think
something special, sweetie.
the library. I want to get a Dogman costume. That way, I can sew Miss Cassie down and cute.
All right. See ya. Love you too. Bye. Drive safe, okay? Godot's gonna crash. Just did a bunch of work. She's gonna crash. There she went. Everything's janky right now. I've broken everything. Oh, there's no camera. That would help. Ah! Okay, so now we have the silly Doom thing going on, but the problem is if you throw something, fuck. So the broken part of this is something else. God, I'm going from one problem to another now. So we're hitting the brake. We're passing the transform of Les Shovels. Les Shovel. Did I change the scene of the shovel somehow? Are we invisible? No. Let's reload the project. Oh, just this project does what, Justin? Or Jacob? Why am I calling you Justin all of a sudden, dude? What's your problem? Why are you making me call you Justin? You felt my presence? It could be that. Could be that. Ooh, I think I know what's going on. Yep. Uh-huh. Yep. Reckon. Mm-hmm. Um. So our we have our own offset. Ah, gotcha, you son of a biscuit. All right, I know what's going on. It's because we put the cache. We have no transform here, but we're stashing because we're creating the javelin. So why do we end up in a weird global position? That's my question. Just can't get enough. Let's try running the scene. Let's confirm its position without having used it at all. Okay. Now the javelin shovel has its own raycast. And we're checking for the collisions there. We're translating it forward. What the fuck broke this, guys? Seriously. We're taking the global transform of the shovel. Why me? I was going to get so much done today. You ever have one of those days where you're like, this is the day I'm going to bust out so much stuff. And then nothing happens. Let's look at the... This is where we used to be at. Well, you're supposed to be seeing a shovel throwing across the scene. And it's just not right now. And I'm such an idiot. I never committed the code. And we've changed it. And suddenly something is broken. And for some reason, I can't spot it at all. I'm going to turn off tween visible false. Let's confirm that it's visible. No visible falses here. We want to see the damn shovel. Where are you? It should be right in front of us. Raycast is colliding with World. Shovel transform messed up. Doesn't seem like it. We got our raycast. It's detecting the collision. If I get close enough, like right there, it hits the wall.
I can't believe you've done this.
Polyglot open street map. Thanks for the follow. Oh God. What? What? Can't believe you've done this. Translate forward. Dude, I feel like I'm losing my mind right now. On a whim, I'm gonna go over here and we're gonna get rid of the materials export. Keep internal. And just see if it has something to do with that. Bro, I don't know. I don't know. I feel like I've lost my mind. Like, this was working fine. I literally don't think I've done anything that should have broken it. Visible's true. This is on. Wait a second. Hmm. I can't find it. Now, I think this might be because... I know what's doing it. It's because cash is a physical... Cash is now a physical thing. And it's inside that space. And even if I translate it's relative to, because I'm setting global translate, it doesn't matter because our cache's translation is way off. So, let's change it back then. That's it. What a waste of time. What a bloody waste of time. What a bloody waste of time. Good Lord. Thought I was losing my mind. There we go. All right, Justin, this is what it's supposed to look like. Now it's not hitting
How
the,
much time is wasted?
should be hitting the wall. Now we're not hitting anything. That's funny. Check in, please. Your mom can check in. How about that? Why is Cricket so mean? I'm just trying to help him. He's insulting my mom. What is his problem? Spicy Cricket today. Dude, I feel like I've wasted my whole day. You ever get that? Jesus. Wasted the day. Wasted it. Collision mask with world. Let's see what the... We're masked as world. Oh, I know why. Because I uncommented the rest of the... There we go. Okay. Now we should be back in business. Commit. There we go. Good. Okay. So should the... It's one of my fantasies to hurl a shovel across the room. Dude, when you're mad at something or you're like, some guy's like stolen something of yours, just throw it at him. So I feel like if it hits something like a wall, right? Then we should... So if the shovel can break these things here... If the shovel can break these blocks, right? What the hell? Hang on. Now we're having a stroke about... Oh yeah, there's no global position on them. All right, we just won't set it. Because the type has changed. So like I was saying, if the block can break... Jesus, I changed it. Oh, I didn't save it. That's on me. Yeah, now I got to reload because it's not hot reloading. Because life sucks for Cricket right now. So yeah, so we can get rid of these blocks, right? So what I'm imagining is if we throw this at that block type, there's an area effect and it kind of blows away, right? So maybe initially you just get shovel and shovel can just like break through things. But like the sand blocks, dirt blocks. But then you can throw it at them and they just, if you're close enough, they just, once you get the upgrade to the shovel, maybe that's something you discover on accident. And you go, oh my god, I can just blow them up now. A boss made of the blocks. Yeah, we could, the boss doesn't have to be this like thing. It can literally be kind of a puzzle where it's like you do one thing and then you do another and you're slowly like defeating it by getting rid of aspects of it or something. Right? I could see that. Justin, can you help me with something really quick? Do you know how to set up the camera to call, to not render, like to mask what it's going to draw? Do you know what I mean? Like, I want this to be on this mask layer and I want this to be on that mask layer. Are you familiar with that? Because I can't remember how to do it off the top of my head. And I need to be able to, because your mom said she wanted me to have it in the game. So, Godot's going to crash again. Bit shift the masking. How about I bit shift your butt? Huh? I feel like your tactics game had that, right? I did that for transparent, for drawing like the silhouette behind when it was behind something. I feel like maybe. Let's go. Projection. So we have the coal mask. Let's look it up. Camera 3D. Yeah, there's the coal mask on describes which visual instance 3D layers are rendered by this camera. By default, all 20 are visible layers are rendered. Okay. So then how do I determine the visual instance of a particular thing? Visibility? No. Transform? Visual instance 3D layers. The hell's visual instance 3D? Inherits node 3D. Parent of all visual 3D nodes. Inherited by these sons of bitches. Mesh instance inherits from? Your mom does. Are you sure? Because I don't see it in a list of children. Why is he always talking about my mom? You're right. Because it comes from geometry instance. Whoa. Whoa. Visual instance. Here we go. Whoa. Whoa. Whoa there. Whoa. 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 I love that I just kill my viewer count by being a complete dickhead. What is he doing? I don't know, but I know he's losing his viewer count. I'm pretty sure he's being a complete dickhead. Why won't it? Come on. There we go. That guy is a jerk. Whoa. 648. 648. Whoa. That's because Godot's docs are trash. Damn. Shots fired. Kind of a separate complaint, but imagine if the Mesh Instance 3D doc page told you about the visual layers and noted that it's inherited from. Imagine that. Yeah. Invalid or assignment of property of your mom on line 40. Hammer visible. Oh, because I copied and pasted these some bitches. Hammer. Mallet. Pickaxe. Lantern. Shovel. I'm sorry. I've got a shovel. Torch. Wrench. Okay. Programmer brain decision. Yeah, I feel you. I feel you. Now the entire world is empty and null. And I can't see anything. Why is that? Because my sub viewport container is drawing over everything. And it's not transparent. So we got to set it as transparent. There we go. No shovel is appearing. Shovel shake. Where's my shovel? Oh, we are low behind the camera. Why? I do not know why. I do not know why we are so low beneath the camera. We should be like Raza. Why are we so low? I don't know. 6. I still don't see these sons of bitches. Put them up. Like right there. How about now? Oh, there's no camera on the viewport. Oh, this guy is an idiot. Okay, let's go back. He can fix this. No problem. Okay, so sub viewport, transparent. That's where everything is right now? Really? Okay. It don't look right to me, but I'll take it. Here's the question. Okay, so we want to duplicate. Duplicate. But I just want to copy. Copy. Past. But it puts everything. I don't want it to put everything. Ooh, it got recursive on us. Okay. And... I know. Raycast. We're going to put these guys right under the camera. It won't let us. Why? ¿Por qué? Hammer. Mallet. Pickaxe. Lantern. Saw. Shovel. Shovel. Dorsh. Raish. Okay. Run it again. Okay, we're getting somewhere. There's our shovel. Now, sub viewports. 648. Roll it. Okay. Camera. Call. We just want... So here's where things are going to get really weird. Because we have to do lighting and stuff, right? So right now we're not going to have any lighting on the shovel. It's also not tied to our world space correctly. So this camera needs to match this one's positions. What's the 3D thing to match clone? You guys know what I'm talking about? There's like a clone position thing now. Replicate. It's some 3D it's some 3D thing. Yeah, it should be. I'm with you, Justin. It should be as simple as like a checkbox or something you can turn on and off for the docks. And then they could just Ajaxify it. I feel you. What is it called? Godot, mirror, other, node, 3D, rotation, position, node. Remote transform, that's what I'm looking for. So we say remote transform, and I believe we put it on the parent that we care about. And then we assign the path of the thing we're going to copy the transform for. And then, yeah, keep everything the same. There we go. Okay. So now we have this kind of pixelated bullshit because also we're using a viewport and it's gotta, now we have to, I had code to do this before, but we have to stretch, shrink. Do we have to do some scaling? There's some scaling trick to this whole thing. This is like integer scaling, right? Maybe. Perhaps. Yes. Okay. Okay. Now we're getting the lighting, and now we're still clipping. Let's double check the camera. We shouldn't be clipping. We are calling just layer 2. Huh. Because we're clipping in real and on the. Huh. And this is because we're cloning our what? What if we don't render 2? Whoa! Now hold on now. You can't just go and no. That's not cool. What? What does this camera have to do with that camera? Frankly. No. Are these the same? No. Is this because it's not current on the... Huh. Stretch. Wait a second. Oh. Why do we have a super blurry... Okay, now we've got the... Why is this one so blurry compared to the rest? What? Why? Why? Okay. It's still pixelated. It's not as bad. It's not updating the lighting. And now it's not animating the pullback. And that's because I had to make a copy of it. And so our animation stuff is broken. So now, okay, we're learning. We're learning. Let's go back. Keep going back. All right, we're going to build our own sub viewport and try to move these guys in there. Why? Tell me why. Why can't I move them? I can't even do it on this one. Let me put it in. What if I just add... Let's add a node in here. And then let me put these ones in. Okay. I got a trick. What if I put it like this? Haha. And then I change you to subview type. Whoa. It won't let me put it in here. Oh, okay. It's something weird going on. I'm pretty sure. But I don't know what. Oh, I cannot put it in here. Oh, is it because these are local? Capes. Maybe it's the shovel. Perhaps it's the shovel. Let's take this everything but the shovel. Ah, it is the shovel. Okay. No editable children. Please. We're going to put you right here. Oh, there we go. Okay. Now we got something. Put it on the camera. There we go. You get rid of these. Now it keeps the animation. Okay. And we go like that is good. Remote transform, right? That's what we did. Remote transform. Is that right? Yeah, remote transform. So put a remote transform in here. We go like this. But we know that the remote transform is a little laggy. She's not the fastest updating thing. Oh, now we have two. Oh, there are two of them now. Well, there are two of them now. 6, 4, 8. There are two. There are two. Editable children. Uh-huh. Call. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Camera. Uh-huh. Okay. Okay, I think I have something. So we go like this. Oh, now we can walk up to the thing. Now we can shake and throw. Okay, we're looking good. Okay, so ideally we would have our lighting too. So what we have to do is mask the lighting. Oh, fuck. Can't do that, guys. I can't fix this part. because by default, all the lighting is going to be just where it is, right? So it's going to be on layer 1. And these are like our custom VFX stuff, right? So I can't wow, this is messy. Now we have that Z nonsense, but it's not working for us. So we're just gonna have to roll with this. It's disappointing. It's almost like we need to just have our own lighting for our stuff. It's stupid though. But if we match the environmental lighting, then that's also possible. Like what happens when we go outside? So we open this up. I cannot open the blocks. There we go. We are still just dorkily lit. I mean, we've got a shovel or a shadow, but if we do that, then we're gonna. Can we fix the lighting thing? I don't think we can. We gotta let this go. This is just a fucking jam game, Cricket. Gotta let this go, bro. Gotta let it go. I mean, we fix one problem, we introduce another. That's just life. That is life. Bugs are natural. They are part of the world. All right, so let me just check out. We got the glowy thing. What about game, world environment? Is there anything in here that has something to do with where we are? No, but we do have the light source, the 3D light. Here we go. So if we put this on layer 2, our shovel should now show the light source. Uh-oh. Mon Dieu. ¿Por qué? Oh, we need it on both. There we go. But now we're not we're not getting the shot. Okay, well this is our best. I'll take that. I'll buy that for $1. It's crappy, but it works. If we make the shovel a visual instance 3D, see, that doesn't work. Go over to shovel. And we just clip the. So we have to have the world meshes on. Okay, so Ugh. Ugh. Okay, we're gonna move along. Moving along. Move along. Okay. Let's commit what we got. Okay. All set. Commits are out. I think that an in-game editor is probably
playing with it.
Neferon. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I think the level editor thing is pretty important, and I should probably be working on that. So because I need to be able to so what is a good way to do that? What is a good way to do that? I think we just do the traditional Minecraft, like you can put a block here kind of thing. If we just have a floating block and like if we have a point in space and we just say wherever this point is, if you have a block that you're picked, it's just going to appear transparent. And if you click, then it'll put it in that space. Let's see how far we can get with a system like that. We're also going to need to be the ability to be able to fly around and place blocks if we have this, and be able to go through the world and things like that. We also need this to be real time so that when we make the change, it's instant, and we'll use Git as our rollback, and we won't build any rollbacks into our code. And each room, so the only other thing we don't have is the ability to just create an entirely new room. So that would be the kind of the next thing is you come to the bounds of a room, and it would be like, okay, do you want to make another one? And you can say yes or no, and so on. So let's, I also really want to get enemies in the game. I feel like that would be interesting. Now, I was looking at Poly Pizza, and they had some promo stuff for the Unity asset store that I was actually thinking might be good. This Dungeon Mason guy. And so if I can download these and try and get them in Godot, sounds like it's legal to do that. Wow, Unity's asset store is slow as molasses. But yeah, he had some good stuff. Let me go to his actual, or theirs. They have a website. Maybe I can get their stuff just from here without having to go through Unity. Or does this all link to Unity? It links to nowhere. Okay. That's Wix, baby. I got my Wix site. I made it. Free. Popularity. We're going to go list by price, low to high. This one. This one. Some of these actually really work for Metroidvania. And this one. Okay. And add to my assets. Do I need to create an account? Looks like it. I may have a Unity account. Perhaps. Let's see. I do. Invalid email address. I don't. Continue with SSO. What the hell's that? Enterprise SSO. Please use your company email to sign in. Not registered. So you're going to force me to go continue with email. Ooh, they hit it. They hit it, guys. I had to find the secret way to do email. Confirm email. You might need to install Unity to get the assets. Are you serious? Ah! 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 Add to my assets. I accept. Add to my assets. Oh, God. Good Lord. Oh, this is awful. Stop! Don't dox me. Don't dox me. Okay. I'm going to do this one and this one. Good God. Open in Unity. No. Crap. A little hard to do on Linux. There's no Unity for Linux, right? UPM packages. What? Subscription. Unity AI. What? Good God. Can I get it through free pricing? I just want to download. Can I get it through Steam? Don't dox me. Don't you fucking dox me. RPMs and deb packages. So I can't get this on my machine. Unity Hub? Could I get it through Unity Hub? Unity Hub is a launcher. Your mom is the launcher. Mom launched. That's what it's going to say. Justin's mom launched when you start my game. You have to jump on a paddle thing and it just, and you hear, ah! Ah! Okay, let me get you that. I'm so, why am I being so mean to Justin right now? Why is he so mean? What's this guy's problem? All right, I'm going to send you the links. I'll send them to you on Discord just so you can... Nah, you're here. She's had it too good for too long. Too many people love her. She's too good of a person. Someone's got to cut her down to size. Mom, the world's not all roses. See, look, I got all these guys to cuss you out. Why are you crying so much? Don't cry that much. Stop crying, Mom. Mom. Mom, please. Mom, I'm sorry, Mom. Oh God, stop crying so much. Please, Mom. Too much crying. You're gonna make me cry, Mama. No. Okay, I'm signing into Unity Hub on the Linux. On the Linux. Copying my password. Entering it in. I'm signing in. And the password is wrong. Lovely. Once again, searching Unity. There's my supposed account. And now I've got to reset my Unity password. Fuck a duck. These might not even work for my needs, depending on how everything integrates into Unity in the first place. So, sent. That quickly. Damn. DM or the Cricket channel? DM. My God. What a bro. Potentially dangerous download. It's telling me it's dangerous. I don't think I should download it. It says you're trying to hack my machine. I really don't think I should download this. There is monsters. This is true. This is true. I want to get this when on the random following sounds. I think I added it, but it doesn't play.
Are these your drugs?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents.
I learned it by watching you. FBX. On follow. Okay, good. Good. Animations. Animators, prefabs, meshes. Here we go. Looking good. Put them in the scene. What do we have in the inheritance? We just have the slime. And so animations, probably nothing, right? Oh, animation. So they're separated. So I can probably write something to, oh God, they're all separate. Oh, Jesus. Jesus, Joseph, and Mary. I think if I open each of these up, I could individually save the the animation player stuff. But for now, let's see what these SOBs look like when we throw them into the game world. Updating scene. She's going to crash. She's going to pop. Thanks, Skadoot. Let's throw one of these sons of bitches in there. Doesn't look very slimy, if I'm going to be honest with you. Let's see what we got. Hello, it's me, Steven. Steven J. Slime Mesh. It's me, Turtis. Turtis J. Turtis Mesh. Oh, that's just the one. Beholder. And the chest monster. There may have been more, Jacob, that I sent. But you don't have to do it, dude. Don't worry about it. Stephen J. Splurdy Blurb. What is going on with the lighting and everything in this? I have a feeling something's going on with some materials. Because we are living. Ah, metallics. Let's see if we have anything with the metallics. New inherited. Slime. Mesh. Surface material. Override none. Surface. Material. Albedo. Emission. And metallic is empty. But what if we made our own, our override? Paste. And then we did metallic.
Huh?
See, it seems to have changed some things. If you look at the links you sent, 3 of one asset pack and 1 of another. Oh, sorry. My bad. No biggie. These are probably enough for now. Um, Jacob's always making games. Oh, I got to do a shout out to Justin. Justin, doing the Lord's work, making a crazy simulation game right now. It probably won't last. Dude, just do a big ask. If you're going to go out, try and be like, yo, I want a quarter more of my salary or I'm out, and just see what happens. At least try and get something out of it. Like if you like, what would make me stay is this. And then if they actually agree to it, you're like, oh, okay. All right. They've already done like 3 or 4 of those to keep me. Oh, that's nice. Yeah. I told them I was going to talk to them about my pay at the start of 1 year. And at the end of the year, I did. And they were like, what? Where's this coming from? And it's like, when I told you I would do this. You got the big raise and quit. Yeah, they were like, oh, we're going to play poker with him or chess or whatever. And we're going to bluff. And I was like, peace. And they're like, wait, no, not like that. And then they hired me on as a consultant, and I charged them like $250 an hour. And I made like my salary in like the week that I worked for them. I made like it was crazy. Money helps. Yeah, no, I totally get that, dude. 100%. Well, I'm proud of you. Here I am trying to do the same thing, and I'm just fucking shit in the bed. Like a moron. Okay, let's go ahead and we're just going to put a block in front of us for editing. And then it's got to be transparent, and we got to be able to cycle through our meshes. So we're going to use our mesh library, a reference to our mesh library. And what I'll do is I'll put it here. So we'll do game export var mesh library. And so this will be universal. Did I spell that right? Okay, so we have our mesh library here, and so we're gonna go. So we got to go into an edit mode. So we'll do like F1 to edit and F2 to leave, or no, F1 to go in and out, right? So add new action, edit mode, and edit mode we activated with F1. Okay, so when we get into edit mode, we'll just have the default brick in front of us, which is this stupid anvil. Then we can use our scroll wheel to scroll between all of the different meshes. How about that? This is all sounding just dandy and great. So we'll do that. That should be okay. So let's do that first. We'll just represent the thing in front of us, right? So on our player controller, this is going to be a little weird because we kind of have to grab from game. So now we need like scroll wheel up and down, right? Project settings, scroll. Scroll wheel up and scroll wheel down. Okay. So we have those two things. Bro, I fumble my shit all the time. Yeah, I mean, I really hit it out of the park with the inner tube thing. I don't think you were here when I said it, but I was saying I wish we could do jams together. But I know we're of two different worlds. Star-crossed lovers. Never to be able to jam. Pagorli's potentially going to do one with Els. Although Els did tell me, hey, when you want to do a jam, but that was a long time ago. And I was talking about Playdate with him. But I would love to do like a Godot team jam of like Godot bros. Some serious Godot bro jams going on. I need to keep practicing block bench. Good dorks. We should do does he have one coming up? I just messaged Knack and asked him about in June. Okay. There's the GMTK jam, but that's like it's already just huge. But are you gonna do part 3 of your epic trilogy, or are you gonna do something else? A cave rim jam. Cave rim? Like Rim World and Cave Story? Bad Cop is not around to do Cave Rim. Oh, that's right. That's the name of the thing. I totally forgot. I remember I glitched it when I did it. That's cool. Yeah, dude. Pergs, I wouldn't mind doing a jam with you. You seem all right. Knack did just announce that Pulsar Crash is coming to Switch. Oh, cool. Is he doing single player mode? Is it going to be crossplay? Joined. Oh, that's awesome.
Overhauled and ready to work. I'm all fired up.
Yeah, I don't know that I have an official doctor shout out. Let me see. I do. There's a link to the Pulsar Crash on Steam right now.
The right surgeon can change.
I can't believe you've done this.
Kate Volve, thanks for the follow. All right, here's what we're going to do. Funk, show, edit, block. So we got the block mesh. Okay, so we have our edit block piece, as we're calling it. And we're going to show edit block. So we have a dedicated mesh for this. We're going to change the piece. We're going to change the mesh. Is there an easy way to do transparency? or some sort of indicator that it's in an edit mode. So I think we're going to have to adjust the mesh in real time. So if we did like, we go here, we grab a mesh like this green block, copy the mesh, and then this is all programmatically, right? And then we change the mesh. That's going to be over in here somewhere. Yeah, so if we move this up, so there's our green block. And then if we do a surface material override, do we want to do that? Probably need to. Material, because we can't edit this material. Can we do, because this material, we would need a custom material. Because if we do this, it's going to do it for everything, right? Or just for this particular. We would need transparency alpha. Yeah, see, everything becomes transparent. Ah, it's like it's a living hell. So we need a custom mesh. Our custom material. So let's do that. Save as edit block material. And we'll do some amount of transparency. Go back on all this. Quick load. Edit block material. There we go. So just this one is transparent when we're going to place it. And it doesn't need to be super transparent, but just enough to let us know that it's different. So we set the mesh and then we replace the material with an override. Okay. And then on top of all that, we're going to be invisible unless we say show edit block. So edit block is visible. And then I guess set edit block. And then move edit block. So move and set, and sets the mesh instance 3D. So we say edit block mesh equals mesh. And this might actually be the integer. And we'll scroll the integer ups and downs. And I guess it could just be increase and decrease edit block. And I guess we could just have this be an integer then. Value. Int. And then we can wrap. So we do mesh library. Get item mesh. We would need a variable for a current mesh. Current edit mesh, integer. And then we say current edit mesh equals wrap I value current edit mesh plus value mesh library size. It's got to be some sort of size thing for mesh library, right? Get item list. Okay, so we just wrap. And I guess we don't even need to do that, right? Again, our friend modulus. So we go modal like that. Okay, no function call needed. Okay, so that's our current mesh. Library get mesh, current edit mesh. So we're setting it. It's either going to go up or down, but we're going to add the value. The set block is going to be done from the scroll wheel. So when we're in edit mode, when we use the scroll wheel, the set edit block will increment or decrement. That'll change the edit block mesh. The edit block position will only be updated if we're in edit mode, and it'll be the very end position translated to the proper space of the grid map. Second, what's up? It's going all right, Gallus. It's all right. I mean, it could be better for sure. It's all right. Starship's launching in 7 minutes. Ooh. Hey, everyone, I just wanted to let you know that Itch notified me that Jacob has finished yet another game. I know, right? Get out. This one I mostly stole from Reborn as a Witch's Cauldron, so I had it start. Yeah. Where's a good feed for the SpaceX launch? I gotta say, I don't Starship's not. I don't have good prospects for it. It's literally got the shuttle problem for it. On top of the fact that it still has never reached orbit. Is my understanding, right? Which is kind of a problem. I gotta use the restroom. I'll be right back. Okay. How's it going, second? Okay. So I have to enter and exit the edit mode. So for now, it's as simple as var edit mode bool. And if we press So if it's pressed, edit mode equals the opposite of edit mode. That's how you flip a bool, right? Now, let me confirm that I called it edit mode. Yes. Okay. So if it's pressed, then we're either in or out of edit mode. Now, if scroll wheel up, versus scroll wheel down, main game, what do we call it, guys? Set edit block. And we just go 1. So if we're scrolling, I feel like down would be, this would be -1, and then down would be positive. Okay, so that sets our edit block. And then if we are in edit mode, And then we do this in physics, let's say. If we are in edit mode, then we're going to get our ray position. Can we easily get the ray cast endpoint? Probably not, right? Because it's just a vector. Okay, so we get this to global position. We say main game move edit block. And when we set show hide edit block value bool void edit block visible equals value. And that would be on the player controller. We go and we say main game show hide edit block edit mode. Okay, so all of our editing states is in the player controller. We're showing the edit block if we're in edit mode, and now we just need to set the edit position, the block position of the edit block. So we're using our local target position of our raycast to the global space, and we're sending that to move edit block. And so on move edit block, we need to translate that into the correct ray space. Now, this is where things get a little hairy because we have a bunch of grid maps that we're going to be on. So we have to know the current one that we're on in order to correctly set the block for the room. And it's a little bit more complicated than that too, because we have to bound the bounds of the set position. So the actual edit to the grid map, we should probably have that on a room editor, an override of grid map of some sort, so that on set we can check if it's inside the bounds or not, and if it isn't, we don't allow it to edit. And that way you can't draw a block outside of the bounds of the room. So I know we're tracking the room we're in because we're using it for the map stuff. I just don't know how we're updating it. So we have rooms, but there's no current room. Is this on player controller? Camera, current item. No. How the hell are we updating the map? We have oh, you know what? It's on room. So we have set explored. That's getting called somewhere. And I don't see where. So let's do a global search. We just have the function call. Nothing is calling it. How did we do this? Resource room. Nope. 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 Huh. Oh, here we go. For each room, player entered. So we're not keeping track of the current room because we didn't have a reason to. So we just updated the map. So now we need to refer to that as the present room. Which is really just a room cell. So even here, we don't know the room. Room cell. So room cell will give us the current room. So if we just said room cell as current room, that would be enough. So var current room is a vector 3. And then whenever we enter a room, we say current room equals room cell. Okay. So now we have a current room. So now whenever we do move edit block, we know relatively around what grid map we care about. Okay. So we're almost ready to show the block, move the block, change the block. The only thing we don't have is to stamp the block, right? To change. So set edit, change edit block. So this should really be change edit block. And then we should have a set edit block, which is separate from that. So set edit block. So this should be change edit block. Okay. And yeah. Really wish I had some coffee. I cut caffeine out of my system except for coffee. One cup of coffee in the morning. I don't know how I'm feeling about it. I'm still drinking carbonated water. So I'm doing like I'm doing flavored water. And what I want to do, this is a funny story. So I was looking at the flavored water we were getting, and the same brand to get carbonated water is more expensive than to get the flavored version. What I wanted to do is get the flavored carbonated water and then just get carbonated water and then split it 50-50 so it'd be less of the flavored water. So I'm just trying to get myself straight to water. I napped so much when I cut back. Oh, geez. I napped even when I was. I actually think it made me crash more. I mean, back in the Westerns, the cowboys would make coffee at night to go to sleep. So I don't know what that was about, but maybe they knew something we didn't. So then we'll need a function that we haven't programmed yet called set edit block. Which is the same position thing. Actually, I think it's just a function call. If we keep track of last position. Oh yeah, I was overdoing it, but now I'm very good without almost any. That's nice. Yeah. Yeah, I just got, I was drinking diet soda, you know, dark soda. So that's out of the equation now. I mean, it was bad there for a while when I was super stressed. I was drinking multiple coffees a day, multiple soda a day. I was stressed the hell out. For fair reasons, I think. So move edit block, show position. We know our current room. So we say rooms, current room. And rooms is returning the room. So vec3i gives us back the room. And room is a grid map. And so now on the grid map, we're going to do our translation. And so it's basically this. So we're going to change collision point to show position. We have no collider. It's the room. So it becomes var room equals room, current room. And then anything that's collider becomes room. Okay. Block map position. So we're getting a collision point. So it's not collision point, it's show position. And I don't know why I'm not seeing any errors. I should be seeing a couple of errors here, and I'm not. There we go. Edit block is not it's edit block piece. Okay, edit block piece. Okay. Show position, block position, map to local. Because we want to get the strict vector 3. So this is the actual position right here. So we block map, block, room, local to map, and then map to local. And this is where we want to set the block piece. We don't need to set the mesh. We already did that when we changed the edit block. We know the block piece because it's a set deal. It's edit block piece position, global position equals that. That should be it. Wonder how much of this is broken. F1. Shit the bed. 141 show edit hide block. Oh, it's bull. It's I haven't set the block yet. Edit block piece. There it is. Okay. We're scrolling. We're changing. Whoop. Okay. Oh. Holy shit, boys. It works. Damn. One shot of that bitch. Okay, so it's not updating. Oh, because of our ship it. It's almost there. What? Damn, that's pretty good. That's I got to admit, not to like humble brag, but that's pretty good for I don't know, that was like 30 minutes of just winging it. Ship it. All right. So we're almost there. We're almost there. Give me a moment. And it's the translation. Okay, I know why it's stuck on the ground. And I know why it didn't update immediately. And that is because we didn't set a default block value. So I guess what we do is at the beginning we just change edit block to like 1 or 0. Like that. Okay, so that should make it, if we go into edit mode, it should just show something. Yeah. Okay. Now, last thing we need to do before we set up setting the block is the ray. It's based around, I get why it's doing this because it's not based off the rotation of our ray. And so we need to not only know the distance of the ray, but also set the transform of our vector to match the ray's rotation. So let me see if that's really easy to do, a vec3. Rotated axis and then angle. So that's a particular axis. Direction 2. How are we going to do this? One way I could do it, that's dummy way, because I don't know how to do this projection, right? Because I'll admit I'm an idiot, right? What I'll do, because I'm an idiot, is I will simply put another node 3D called edit position or something. I'll put it on the raycast. And I'll make it match the endpoint of the ray. Edit block piece position. Edit block piece locate position. Okay, and then we'll create a node 3D edit block piece position. Edit block piece node. We'll just call it edit block piece. And we'll set that to this one and go like that. And then all we have to do now is just pass that as the position. So I don't have to do any of this projection thing that I was trying to do. Because I'm a dummy. So we just say edit block piece dot position. Global position. Okay, and try it now. Edit mode. There we go. Oh, but it's is that really where our ray is casting? Do we need to be down by 1? Is this why the block breaking is weird? Uh-oh. Where'd she go? Oh. Whoa. Why are we over there? Why are we so far away? What is happening? Let's try local position. Because it's going to be local to that. Maybe that's what it is. Because we're in a local grid space. I don't know. Yay, unexpected behaviors. Okay. Now it's going with us when we jump, but not where we look. So global was closer to reality. What is going wrong with... So move edit block. Let's look at this again. Show position. So we're mapping to local, so we get the Vec3i position. Room to look. Oh. Yeah, that's fine. Maybe. Current room. Oh, does it know what our current room is? Did we set our current room? It thinks it's vector 0, 0. Maybe if we go to a different room. And bring it out. Oh, not the map. I think maybe it doesn't know that we are where we are room-wise until we enter a room. Go back in. F1. That's weird, right?
I can't believe you've done this.
Eb, thanks for the follow. So, what is going on here? I mean, this position should be always in front of us, right? Like if I put a mesh on this and I made a little sphere, it should be right in front of our nose, right there. Let's reload. Okay, so this should be the position in world space of where the block would go. So the issue is with our translation of our world coordinates back into the grid map coordinates. Now we're getting current room. Move edit block from current room. To confirm current room is changing when the player enters. Print current room. Current room. %s. So this should be a vec_i that changes when we go into a room. Show room. Current room changed. And current room. Okay. I'm going to go to F1. And it's all out of whack. F1 again. Oh, it sells. What's up, man? Still trying. We're doing some stuff. We've got block breaking going roughly. And now we're working on level editing in game. So we can get rid of blocks like that. And I was thinking when you throw the shovel on like certain like if you throw the shovel on dirt blocks that there would be an AoE where it would explode them. So you couldn't throw the shovel on dirt blocks. It would just get rid of them. So it wouldn't stick on them. And it's pretty typical too in Metroidvanias that, you know, you have a thing that can only be used on certain types of blocks. So maybe the shovel can only stick to certain types. But in the meantime, we're trying to get edit mode going, and we're almost there. We're almost there. Now we are relative to... Oh, you know what? I know what it is. I know what it is. We have to translate to global. So we're saying to global here, but we're grabbing the global position. So I don't know that we need to do it twice. We're getting the global position from the edit piece. So, oops, brought the map up. There we go. Booyah. Okay, so now we just need to be able to set the block. If we can get rid of this mesh. So yeah, we're working on an in-game editor, an in-game block editor. Oops. I need to be able to leave the map mode. Right now, if you go into map mode, you can't leave. So we can set a block in space. We can change the block. We can scroll through the blocks and change them. And we're probably I'm probably just gonna set up a list of like disallowed blocks because these are all just like came with an asset pack, and some of them I'll probably never use. So I'll just have it skip over those. But now we're gonna make it so we can set the block, and we also need to change the mesh type to be transparent as well. And you know what else we need to do? We need to be able to rotate it. That's a big apple. Yeah, yeah. So we need to be able to rotate the stupid block as well. And then we need to be able to fly. Right? Just like in Minecraft, we'd be able to go fly around and set blocks and stuff. And if we can do all that, and we can save the room as it's being changed in real time, essentially, we can just add new elements to the game, new weapons, new enemies, or whatever, put them in the game as it's running, and for the most part, be able to edit the game just inside of it. And it'll be runtime and hot. And so we'll just live in the world and edit it, right? That seems like probably for a Metroidvania, something that would be advantageous. Because in my head, like I need to be inside the room. And the level editor, like scrolling in there, and it's really hard. The grid map thing, I know they improved something about it, but I don't think they improved how you set the blocks, because it's terrible in the grid map thing. It's really bad. It's hard to tell. It's a lot. It's the same problem. It's the whole thing why when you jump in any 3D game, you have this projected shadow straight down on your Y position, you know, so that you know where you are in 3D space. No matter what the world's lighting is doing, you still have that like anchored shadow thing to let you know where you are. It's like that. Like you just can't tell. Like if you ever played Super Mario 3D World, the difference between playing Super Mario 3D World on the 3DS with 3D on versus on the Wii or the Switch release, like trying to tell where you are is actually a heck of a problem, because it's almost isometric most of the time, the view. So it makes, you know, it's, I mean, actually, Mario RPG had the same issue.
Cool. Yeah, cool.
It's LJ.
You think it's cool? It's cool.
So we do a shout out. I think you don't have a Steam page yet, right? I done the pitch for LJ's game before. XCOM meets Street Fighter is the pitch that I have, the elevator pitch. It's been working on it for 1,000+ days. The grind is real with LJ. If you're not following him, you should. Nope, no Steam page. YouTube though. Oh, okay. Yeah, if you want to plug that in here, go ahead. I should follow you on there as well. How did it go today? But welcome in. I'm taking a little break from the tree game, and I'm trying to do a 3D Metroidvania. You know, something simple. I can show you some stuff that I've got going on. It's a little bit of a hodgepodge. It's like a bunch of stuff. But we got weapons we can cycle through. And we can break blocks, kind of. It's a little off right now because of physics step. We got some like fake meshes here for enemies. And we have an ability for the shovel. You can throw it back and toss it into the wall. And we're thinking about making it so that the shovel sticks in the wall, and then you would jump on top of it if you wanted to like scale higher. It was good. ZBrush making new characters for the game. Nice. And then we have like a torch. If this room didn't have this light source, this torch would make more of a difference. And a lantern. And then just the regular kind of things. We haven't animated anything else. We don't really have anything else. Right now, the main thing I'm working on right now is in-game level editing. So we got this block thing that we can bring out. We want to be able to fly through the world. And so if I clear this out, you know what else I need to be able to do is reset the world too. This would be good to detect sequence breaking stuff as well. But we have a block editor tool that we're working on right now. If I can get it going. Oh, it messes up when I go in there. Interesting. Sorry, now I'm breaking everything. Oh, I also have a little shrink mode. So like if we had like a 2 block, like if there's only 1 block to go through, I can shrink myself and go through it. So that's like morph ball. Come back up. And then, yeah. But yeah, we're trying to do the block editor. So we have this thing we can cycle through any of the game's blocks. And we're working on placing them right now. But I just noticed that glitch with, but we want to do hot reloading, like real-time world editing stuff. So we're getting there. But if you got to go, if you got to raid and run, I totally understand. And I might in like an hour take a break and come back to the stream. We'll see. But all right, so we've got the block in the right position. It's having an issue when we change rooms, so we got to figure out what's going on there. And this might have to do with, so we're setting the global position. So we might need to project room.
Bruh.
To global or room to local. Maybe that's what we need. No, we're already doing room to local. Local to map. Show positions on the global coordinate space, though. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure what's going wrong here. Oh, Jacob, you're still sick? Fitting off most of the week until yesterday. Yeah. I wonder if I can key out my, because I have a slightly green behind me shirt, but I bet if I key it too much, it's gonna break. Similarity. Yeah. Suddenly I'll start getting, that's pretty close. That's fine. That seems okay. Now my head is slightly, apparently my hair is green. Should go ask a doctor about that. Slightly transparent green shirt. Where the brain? I can't see it. Where's the brain? All right. So let's try and place the block, and then we actually need to edit the resource in real time. So set edit block was just a function call we're just gonna have when we hit some sort of button. So if we're editing, I guess it would just be what, left click? I don't know. We'll just do left click. And that is primary action is what we're calling it. So if we're in edit mode, so if action is pressed, mouse motion, we're going to keep all that. And then we're going to have a massive fork here. If edit mode, else. This is kind of, we don't want this in the main game code. We're going to have to, it's a, you know what? It's fine. What we need is a special player controller for editing that we swap over to. So a lot of this code will probably end up in something like that. So if we're in edit mode, then this will happen. If we press primary action, then we say main game set edit block. And that's going to be what we use to then confirm the edit block position. And I guess we can just grab it from its current position. So then we set edit block. So we need to get our current room. So we have that. And then current room has a room resource on it, I'm guessing. So let's see. So we say current room. No. Oh, because we bake everything. Oh, because I'm smart. And now I'm being punished for it. Okay, Godot's about to crash. 3, 2, 1. I wish I was baked. How's it going, Johnson? Let me do a shout out to Johnson. It didn't do the, sometimes it doesn't do the link. That's weird. There it goes. I bet if there was a TikTok trend of getting Ebola, imagine how many would do it. Fear. It's a good question. If your friends got Ebola, would you? So we're baking the rooms, we're breaking the grid maps here. We have no reference. We've got to have something though that we base everything off of, right? Because we do, what does build rooms do? We have to have a reference somewhere. Build rooms clears out the room node, instantiates a room from resource maps rooms. So resource map, let's look at that. Rooms is looking at resource room. So we do need a reference to the resource in order to do this properly. So I'll be right back. I gotta brush my teeth. I ate that cake and it's gonna just rot in my mouth if I don't brush my teeth. Ebola spreads via kissing, so yes. You pay extra for the Ebola. Well, hopefully we don't have something like that happen. That would be nice. Right, guys? All right, I'll be right back. I'm going to go freshen up, as the ladies say. Oh, shoot. Hang on, I forgot something. So I got my business account set up. I have to redo my Steam tax stuff in order to be hooked into that proper. And then I guess the only thing at that point stopping me from releasing a game is me. So no pressure, Cricket. No pressure. I've been Steam ready since June. You just got to be fast to me. Hell yeah. What the hell, Nathir? What are you talking about? You got it, dude. Nathir. Nathir's tapped. You're tapped into a zeitgeist, dude. You gotta tap out. You gotta tap out of that zeitgeist. I come in, and it's just like, what? That's like a. That sentence is like an activation phrase for like some CIA like sleeper agent. You gotta like look at somebody right in the eyes and be like, rectum inserted, horse tranquilizer from Joe Rogan, and then it's like, what are your orders? Oh, what the hell? What the fuck? Okay. Continuing on. One does not simply edit the world. Okay, let's fix the coordinate position issue when we go to the other room. We'll focus on that first. And then once we have that figured out, then we'll go to setting up resources, references to invalid property or key show position on base object type grid map room. Show position. Show me potato salad. 136. Yeah, it wouldn't be a room show position. How did that happen? So when we're flying around, we also need to be able to just fly through things. Show position on object type. Room to local. Show position. Did I not save again? I didn't save again. Oh. Okay. So we're setting a block. But I don't see it. If we go in here, we see it. We change rooms, it goes away. So it might be that we need to offset this because map to local. Let's look that up from grid map. Because it might not be completely the grid map's local coordinate space. So then we need to do 2 global. So then we say, this is crazy. Room map 2 global Map to local. Jesus. There we go. Okay. And now if we walk through here, we're still good. Okay. So that's working. We're getting there. Now we need to set the block. Okay. Let's do a commit. How about that? It seems like a good idea. Edit block material. Material for edit block. And the rest of this should be first pass at edit mode. Okay. I could imagine Cricket telling his wife about stream chat. Actually, you know, I'm fairly good about leaving work at work, so to speak. So once I'm done, except for the thing that I'm working on, I'm not thinking about that stuff. Sometimes right after a stream, I might be like, blah, 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 or whatever. But then it's over. And I'm not like at night sleeping, like, you know, thinking about it. I think about you after stream. Well, there's that, Pagorli. I have all of your emotes playing on a TV in my living room, just so I don't forget about you. You're that special to me. Like I can't forget about Pagorli. Okay, I've learned way too much about translating global and local coordinate spaces. Makes me want to jump out a window, but we did it. So set edit blocks. We have to have a lookup of the current room to the room resource. We also need to rebake the room. So for now, baking rooms is fast, so we'll just do all of them all at once. Room cell 3 and resource maps room. So hang on a second. Rooms. Look at this. So I can just, from resource maps rooms, I can give it our current room position. Look at this. I might not have to do anything. Current room. Odifer. Whoa. How are you doing? Good. Just good. I love you, handsome pants.
I love you too.
What are you doing? Cool NASA shirt.
The meatball logo.
It's the meatball logo. That's right. It's the big meatball.
Meatball.
All right.
Meatball.
Did you have fun?
Yes.
I gotta go talk to my daughter really quick. She made a special cake for a librarian, and I'm curious what they thought. So I'll be right back.
Okay.
All right, let's go talk to Gemma. Oh no. Don't hit that, buddy. Okay. Okay. All right. Well, she said she liked it and was very nonplussed about it and didn't give me any information other than that. So she's full on 9-year-old teenager at this point. What the heck? So we have the room. We now have the cell. Let's look at the structure of the room is a resource room. So let's look up resource room. It doesn't get any better. Oh no. So then we say grid. It's a dictionary. So current room dot grid. And then we have we need our cell, our actual position. And the block value. And so that's actually equal current mesh, current edit mesh. So that part's easy. But our actual position, we're not setting. Oh, we have the piece position, but that's a global position. We want a true value. So it's this block map position. So this should be a global value for us. Edit block position. Edit block local position. Nah, edit block position is fine. I guess it's cell position technically, right? So then edit block position equals, and then this would be edit block position. And then up here we would go current room edit block piece, current edit mesh, current block current edit block position. There we go. So set edit block. So we set current edit block position to that, and then we set our block piece, our block piece of that, our edit block piece of that, current edit mesh on the grid of the current room for that resource. We set it, and then we actually have to save the resource. Or is it going to save for us because we changed it? If we're setting a value, I don't know. How does that work? I'm setting a value of a resource. Let's find out. Let's, I know that we're not going to actually see the block because the one thing we're not doing is locally on the grid map, we're not setting it. So we need to pair this up with the current room. So what we want to do is room's current room. And we want to set sell item. And this is going to be the position and the mesh. And yeah, we set those, and it should just put a mesh on that spot. So let's do it. And sure enough, there it is, boys. Now the real test: if we close and reopen, is that piece going to be there, or do we have to do something special for saving? Oh, we have to bake it. So in the game, we would go build rooms, and that would bake it if it's in there. And it isn't. Okay. So we're so close. Let's confirm that we have something here. Actually, we might. Oh, no. It's a dictionary. So let's confirm we have this. So we'll print the room. And yeah. Godot crashed on us. Gotta go lock in and make some progress on my Metroidvania month project. Oh, you're doing it! Good luck, Metro. Are you streaming it? Sorry about not seeing that. Is this who I think it is? I gotta follow. All right. Well, you bust some ass. I'll do a shout out to you since I missed you. Shout out. Shout out. Remember when I used to do that, guys, when I was happier? Shout out. And then life just beat the shit out of me for a while. My joy was sucked away. And not in the good way. It was in the bad way. Does it sound like I'm yelling? The M raid rants. I know, right? Now there's no raids from M. M just doesn't love me anymore. She broke up with me. We had a big falling out, big argument about what's a goose and what's a duck. It was awful. She's wrong. Hang on, let me do a shout out to M. By the way, oh my God, my wife has one of those roasted chickens. Just the smell is going through the air conditioner and into this room, and it's killing me. The ingress for our air conditioner is the kitchen. Built-in dinner bell. I know, man. Just want to shove that chicken in my mouth. Just down it. Build rooms. Resource map. I mean, I'm cooking right now, guys. We are cooking. So what we want to do is save the resource map. So we go resource saver, save, resource map. And I can't remember the markup for save. I think it's the path is first. Resource saver save. So there's resource and then path. Okay. So resource, we need a hard position for the resource. Now we could have a new resource position, but I'm okay changing the existing. Ideally, we'll have a per room. Now, can we get the path of a resource? Resource path. So we can just save itself. So, yeah, if we could save on a per room basis, that would be the dopest thing. So resource map dot path, resource path. BS. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. There we go. So resource map dot or resource map path, resource path. And then we save it. Okay. Let's see if this works. So we go in, bring up the editor, choose a block. We'll put a little brick block here. Booyakasha. And we close. And then we're going to look at the room again in here. Let's move the camera around a little bit. And we're going to build the room. Damn it. Damn it. Maybe if I close and reopen. I've been watching The Last Emperor. Every time my wife falls asleep, I put it on. Oh, and we crashed. And then when I'm tired, I stop it. It's been taking a while to get through. Makes me want to read the book of the... Because it's based off of the book from The Last Emperor of China. China? I don't even like doing the fake Trump voice thing because it sounds like I'm approving of the guy. And I don't want to do that. Who would want to do that? Resource save. Oh, he's doing a hell of a job. Hell of a job. It reminds me of the... All right. So we could get an error back. So let's say print saving %s % save. I got to make a game before I die, guys. Got to make a game before I die. Like, by make a game, I mean get it out and have people play it. And have it be a real thing. Saving produces 0 error. Okay. Okay. Hashtag same. For real, dude. Let's set edit block. Booyah. Saving new. Saving new block. Well, dude, I honestly think the one that was the Sims one is probably I'm going to tell you, dude, that's probably one you want to explore more on and get on Steam. But that's just like a gut instinct kind of call from Cricket. So block 0, current mesh, current edit mesh. And that's 5. Saving new block. So what happens when we look at Git? We don't show any changes. What is our path? Path. The only thing that the Emperor film kind of doesn't do very well is it's dubbed and data map TRS. Now, could I not save this when we're at runtime? There it is. Saving new block. No, it's not saving it. It's not saving it. You guys know why? I know why. Because it's saving the wrong resource. Nothing's changing about resource map. It's the room that's changed. And we do have a dedicated spot for that. So what we want to do is get the room resource and save that. So we go, and how about we do this? We say var room resource room equals current rooms. So we go booyah. So now we have resource room, so we can get rid of this. Resource room. Then we set the mesh position. And then when we go to save, we say resource room and resource room path, because we do have dedicated stuff for that. So reload F1, set it, wrong path, but I bet it worked because we're not printing the right path. So this is resource room, resource path. Let's do it again. And it's not updating because Godot hates me right now. And I have to reload every single time I make a change. Billions of years ago, every 1.5 billion years, the galaxy eats its poop. There we go. Hell yeah. Hell to the yeah. Okay, so now we gotta erase blocks. We gotta be able to fly around. We're almost there. We're almost there. All right, we got it. Hell to the yeah. So now I could be like, you know what this needs? It needs something pretty. We need some Mario. We need some blocks around this. Bloop, bloop, bloop. We need, and then up here, bloop, bloop, and bloop, bloop, bloop. And you know what? That's looking pretty good. And then we close it, and then we come in here, and we bake the room. And there it is. Then we come back to the game. And, oh, we got to save. We actually have to save the scene. Otherwise, it doesn't show up. And it doesn't know that anything's changed because when you do tooling in Godot, it's a little weird. So there we go. And now the blocks are there, and they're the right kinds of blocks, and blah, 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 blah. Okay. Feeling good, guys. Room creation is necessary. We should be able to travel anywhere in the world and set a block. And if the room doesn't exist, it'll create it. Right? We want to be able to do that. If the block doesn't exist, we can go there, we can create it. We're doing good. I appreciate all of the new follows today. I really do. I don't know what I'm doing right now, but I appreciate it. Still, I thought I'd get to 15K at the end of last year, and I'm still not there yet. Although it may show that I'm at that. I'm not.
Big Xbox that is shaped like a triangle.
A rectangle.
A rectangle.
Would you mind helping them get the Xbox set up real quick, or should they play in here, the Goose Game?
Oh, yeah. Let me help. I got to move the Xbox for the kids so they can play the Goose Game. I'll be right back.
So,
Yeah, I'm actually at 1,482. It's basically once you reach the halfway point, it's like, yeah, you got it. Be right back. Got to move the Xbox. Did I hit you? No? Okay. Move the Xbox out there.
ooh, yeah.
Yeah.
Here it comes.
Memorial Day. Yeah. All right. We're busting ass. I feel like I'm busting ass with this. I feel like I'm making a game. But I'm not going to make the jam. I am not going to make the jam. I can tell you that 100%. So at this point, I think the idea of cloning rooms and stuff should be on the map editor. You know what I need to talk to? Bob, are you here? I need to ask for permission from Bob. Forgive me, Bob, for I have sinned. So I can't. Sometimes something about the ray casting is weird. Now I'm destroying these blocks, but we're not saving the change. So what happens if I destroy the blocks and then I put a new block down? Put a battery there, close it, and then we'll bake. It just changed the one block. Okay. I think, therefore I am. So, I don't know why. Do we see debug collision? Well, that's weird, right? Oh. Why am I walking through these? Oh, that's strange. Those ones have them. These ones do not. What is that about? That gets one right away. Why do these not have collision shapes? So right click should be delete. So if we're in edit mode and we press secondary action, then we're going to set the block to grid map invalid block type. I don't know why I got it in my head that that War of the Worlds, the one from Spielberg, invalid cell item, that it was rated R, but it's only PG-13. I thought it was rated R because I thought for sure, like, oh, we need to be able to give a special. Okay, we need to have an alt. They didn't probe nobody, sadly. I just remember, like, Tom Cruise's character, like, beats the shit out of a guy and kills him. So I was like, oh, it's got to be rated R. And it's not. It's like, oh, okay. But maybe he doesn't kill the guy. I don't know. I thought for sure he did. Can we do a null in it? I don't think we can. I guess we can. If ID else. So it can't be null. How about this? We just say clear. By default, it's false. Set edit block true, so that I guess we could have just a whole, we could just have clear edit block. And do pretty much the same thing. Although we could have a save edit block. You see what's happening here? We don't want to get too far in the weeds. And we want to save on the outside. I don't remember him killing, but yeah, been way too long. I don't retain movies like some do. Dude, my son, he's only 4, and his ability to follow along in a film is wild. What movie were we watching? And it was just like, how are you following this? And the way that is he's like, oh, they got a blah 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 blah, and then he's like completely right, and it's just bizarre. This little guy, totally into it, and the way he watches new movies, he does this thing where he kind of like holds his hands up like this while he's watching. And like you can really tell when he's super into a particular like movie. He's a good kid. So now we go back and we have clear edit block. So we should be able to clear out blocks now. So if we look at a block, we can right click it and get rid of it. Oh, we have to be in edit mode. There we go. Pretty sweet. So why do some blocks have the grid map or the outline and some don't? That's weird, right? I think also when we're in edit mode, we're gonna need the ability to keep it going, Cricket. So what was I saying? Oh yeah, we've got to fly around. So we need, like, when we're in edit mode, I guess we should be able to fly around our, I think we should switch player controllers, really. So I think what should happen is we should have an edit player controller that doesn't have collision bounds at all. And we use that to just sort of fly around and look at the level. When we're playing the game and we're in and we flip over to edit mode, any blocks that we've destroyed should show up as like halos. We should see destroyed blocks as they used to be there indicators, right? So that when we're editing, we know, oh yeah, there is a block that's going to be there. But while we were playing this playthrough, we destroyed it or whatever, right? So, something like that. And every room needs to be an instance of itself. We can clone rooms in the map editor, but we cannot. Okay, so yeah, so let's because like right now, if this is gonna get weird, but if these are two clones, but it has the entryway, right? So if I put a hole, like, okay, so I go through here, and then see, I can't. We got to fix that. There's something going on with that for sure. Okay, but if I put some blocks here, let me just put some, I don't know, what am I going to put? Some books? These clear glass things. Okay, so I put these clear glass things there. And then we close and we bake. We're going to see them show up in this one as well because they're actually the same resource. See. So how about this? If we're in an area and there is no resource room, it creates it, it saves it, and it puts it in the we kind of need to have room names. We need to have a room editor. When we're in a room, we need to be able to give them names, right? So when we're in a room and a player enters that area, it's going to be like, oh, you've entered someplace or some shit. You know, we don't necessarily have to do that. But it would be good for us when we're editing to be like, where the hell am I? And to know that, right? So we're trying to build the tools to build a Metroidvania. We're trying to build the tools to build a Metroidvania. We're trying to build the tools to build a Metroidvania. We can do it. One thing we need to be able to do in the rooms as well is Like we might want to be able to set up like lighting. We don't have any blocks that could produce light. Not natively. But like the lava, you would expect that to produce some glow and stuff like that. We don't have any of that going. We don't have any blocks that I could assign as like deadly. But we probably want that too. This won't. Modulus won't give us a clean. Unless we use absolute. So ABS. But then. So I think we do need to wrap. Yeah, because now we can scroll backwards. That's weird. Oh, we didn't save it. I think I have. Do I have the music playing? Vanthamum, what's up? I guess it's MP3. How you doing on? It's Vanthmum. It's a game. It's you know, you with the genre, I've never touched the genre. And so that's been a thing. Does that help? Does that help you? All right, let's see if this works on the first pass. It's gonna crash. I don't even know where I'd start with the Metroidvania. Start with your mom, dude. So step one. It starts with one mom. Do 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 do. In the end, doesn't even matter. Scoop, 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 scoop. Scoop, scooby, scoop. Audio stream player. Audio stream player. Okay, we have music. It's loud as hell. Let's go over to the bus. We're playing it on the bus. Volume dB. The bus volume. It goes to master. None of these things are changing the volume of anything. Default bus layout. I seem to remember there's something weird about this. Why is my Godot launcher flickering? I don't know. Let's look at it runtime. It's on the music bus. So we have volume control here, but the bus control is doing jack shit. It's piping through to master, but master's not affecting anything. Do we have to load the bus? Do we have to load the bus settings? Volume dB. Yeah, we've got this here though, right? Like I should be able to mute, right? If the buses are working right. And it's not. So something tells me I gotta pull the bus in. Godot's audio processing code has been written with games in mind, with the aim of achieving an optimal balance between performance and sound quality. Uses the decibel scale. Audio buses can be found on the bottom panel of the Godot editor. Okay, that's where I am. An audio bus, also called an audio channel, can be considered a place that audio is channeled through on the way to playback through a device's speakers. Audio data can be... Oh. I wonder if it's because I'm copying a static. Audio bus has a VU meter, lights up when a sound is played. I'm not seeing that. Let me try. See, I'm creating a pointer. Let's print out the bus. Audio bus is music. And now it's muted. I unmute. Let me go even lower. So it's just scaled in a way I'm not used to. That's probably closer to the way I want it. Because the track gets louder and you guys probably can't hear anything, huh? Let's have her make some noise when we jump. See, this is real easy to do with the audio system that I've set up. So exploding shovel, hell yeah. The plan is to have the shovel stay in the wall and then you'll jump on it and climb it. I think that's what we're going to do with it. Ooh, she sounds a little... That's the only problem with grunts and moans for ladies. Alright, so we still have an issue clearing the blocks. Thanks, Phantomum. Yeah, it's just some assets I bought a while ago. Would be nice to see if you could pull off shooting it to stick to the wall and make it be able to be climbed. I mean, yeah, I'm not going to worry about animating hands or anything like that. So if I don't have to do that, then that's kind of easy. Kind of. Ledge climbing. Ledge climbing. Little Tomb Raider-ish. Is that a common thing expected in these things now? So we have I've been working on editing, room editing, so we can place blocks. It'll save the room automatically. What we want to do is when we go to a new area that would be a space for a room, if we set a block, it creates the room and saves it. So I think that shouldn't be too hard. And we can do that. There's actually, it's actually not too hard to do this because we would just do a check. So I guess we do need a save room function. Because now I'm going to be doing, it's going to get a little more involved. Okay, so now we have a save room function. And what we're going to do is we're going to check to see if the resource... Oh, you know what? It's even worse than I thought. It's kind of a set block save room kind of thing, isn't it? So save room... So if we try and get a room and it doesn't exist, this is where we... Can we handle if it's null, because I want it to return itself if it's fine. Otherwise, if it doesn't exist. Current room. Also current room cell. Player needed room cell. This only fires. Ooh. Yeah. This is on the presumption of the room existing in the first place. So we have to rewrite a little bit more than I was expecting. Um, I suppose in a global sense, I can create my own lookup. If we know the scales of the rooms, I can tell where I am just by player position. As long as I have a reference to the player, I can figure out what room we would be in. Okay. I'm going to be right back. Make it be climbed. Oh, Vanthamum. I see what you're saying. No, yeah, we're going to make it so you can jump onto the... Yes, exactly that. I totally get what you're saying. Gotta use the restroom. Good luck. Thanks. It should be a quick tinkle. Okay. It was successful. No major emergencies. Okay. Ugh. So in that case, the idea of a current room only on set block. Okay. Okay, this isn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. So if we get rid of current room, everything's going to break, but in a good way. Okay, so now we have 4 errors that we need to go to. And essentially we need a function that produces from the player position the current room position. So func players current room. Or how about for a more potentially current room from position? And then we'll pass the player position into that. Value vector3 void or return vec3i, because that's the room room position, so to speak. Okay. So then we say var room cell vector3i return room cell. How'd the game do? It's coming along. We got a live room editing tech going on, so we can move around and change the block that we're gonna paint into the room and put it in, and we're gonna get a Minecraft floating thing going on for the player controller when we're editing. So you don't sound like you have a lisp here. No. You know what? I should try syncing the Xbox headset with Bluetooth on this computer just to see if it's the same. I have a feeling it has something to do with network and coming from Xbox back to PC again. But who knows? Who knows? It's got something to do with that, right? So room cell, so we just need the room size. And from that, we have everything. Resource room. Is this on config? Room size is in config. Okay. 16 seemed small, but now it seems fine. And actually, because we kind of need boundaries, like when we get close to the end of one room and into another, we need boundaries. The whole room concept is strictly for maps. So we have something to show. So how do we do this? We have a vec3 position. Every 16, every room size, we are that thing. So do we floor? I think we floor, right? So we take our position and we floor to the value. Vector 3 I. Well, but it's vector 3. Turns a new vector with all components rounded down. We need to be able to set our own floor. So this is going to be a math thing from Godot. Global scope floor. So maybe it's not floor that I'm looking for. I'm looking for what is it called? Snapped. That's it. So we set the step. Got to be snapped in returns a new vector with each component snapped to the nearest multiple of the corresponding component in step. This can be used to round the components to an arbitrary number of decimals. Is it snapped? No. Oh no, Fiera! You lost your
Shut up and take my money.
nearest multiple. Jacob, you didn't have to do that. Thank you, dude. I appreciate it. Here, you got your Calvins back. Putting in mad hours. Mad hours, but not a lot of days though, dude. Gotta have them Calvins. These Calvins? There you go. You need the gun one.
Shut up and take my money.
Thanks for the sub, Greg. Aw, shit. That sound can only mean one thing, and I have to look at what it means. Oh, we're at a hype train. Okay. The bounce one is so good. I know, there's like 18 bounces. I like to do the bounces in different ways to like match music. So I need to take a number and every 16. So I divide the number by 16. And then if it's 16 or lower, so if it's between 1, so then, okay, so we take and we floor the number. So we divide, okay, that's what it is. So we take our value that we give it and we divide it by a vector 3 with config room size for each of the cell values, or for each of the, and then we floor that. And so then it's vector 3i, this, and the floor happens automatically because of the, I don't know that it rounds when we do this. We'll see. And we just return this, basically. Current room from position. And so then we say current room from position, and we get the player controller global position. And if this works, everything should just work. Like it did. Okay, kinda, but not quite. So the setting, the cell setting's not doing anything. That did. Hold on, erase did. So if I go back to game and I bake it, is there a hole in the ground now? There's that. Okay. So let's try erasing. So erasing is working. So it must be placing blocks that's busted. So set block. It's not getting called, period. Wait. Something funky going on here. Oh, you know what? I didn't save.
I can't believe you've done this.
El hombre, El hombre humo. Thanks for the follow. Hopefully I'm saying that close to right. How's it going? Set block. So it is not detecting any change of position. Current room from position. That's the correct room position. Resource room is correct. Current edit mesh. Current edit block position. Bubbly triply. Wait, this is this music. Nice. Oh, nice. Cool. Meliskio, how's it going? Moleskio always coming in blind, audio only. Out in the yard doing yard work or something. It's going good. It's going all right. Should be able to change the block. Set the block. Uh-oh, set sell item. That's what's going wrong here. Save room wasn't necessary yet. I think we got a little bit of ahead of ourselves here. Because we want to do the mesh. There we go. All done. So that should fix that problem. There we go. And we can climb. It's like we're making Minecraft right now, but not quite. Okay. Some major progress today. Dude, at the beginning, Pagorli, at the beginning of this stream, I was just like floundering. Just kind of like I was spinning around in a circle for a while. I just have that there because I used to be alt-tabbed all the time. Oh, I gotcha. I think it's going great. Thanks, Pagorli. It's good to hear. Okay, so that's what we want, and this is what we want. So we can get rid of all that and this. It's amazing what you can do with a few lines of code in Godot. Okay, so now what we need is when we go to set a block. So if we clear, I think if we clear and there's no room, then we can just be like, oh, there's no room, it doesn't matter. But if we go to set a block and there's no room, we need to create the resource for that room, save that file, and then put that in the resource map, save the resource map, and then do any saves and anything for the actual change to the room stuff as necessary. And so we'll do a little bit of a check here and make that happen. The room name, there's a way to do this, right? With like string name, where you can do like, if I use string name, there's stuff where it's going to make it friendly for file names, right? File case. So is valid file name is a check. Returns true if the string is a valid file name. So we'll end up with dashes. If we use the vector3 position as the file name, as a starting point, that might be one way to go. Or we could literally call it like unnamed room. We want to make sure that we're using the resource. So this is important. We want to point to the UID. Now, does this happen automatically with resources? I presume it does. So if we just use the UID as a reference, the file name doesn't matter. So we have get path. So we have resource path, but do we have like UID path for resource? Because that would be the way to go going forward. Resource scene unique ID. Unique identifier relative to this resource's scene. So I can get UID. So save path. Save path isn't going to work. Resource saver. Resource and then path is a string, but we can do UID for path. So we're set. So no matter what we end up initially naming it, if we rename it, the UID won't change. So long as we always use the UID for saving and everything, then we'll be cool. We can just rename as we feel like it. So long as we rename in the Godot editor, in the IDE. That's why the UID stuff is pretty nice to have. So, okay. I have a dream. I have a dream about how this is going to work. So we're trying to hit that dream. Okay. Let's just get this going. This is going to be my last thing for the day, I think. I think I'm frying. My brain is frying. Damn, it's 7:13 though. So normally I don't know. I guess I can keep going. I didn't see my kids at all. Is today Friday? Today's Friday, right? I feel better if today's Friday because that means I'm not the worst dad in the world. It is Friday. We went to the bank today. We had to be at the bank for a long time. They did really good. They did really good. Today's a day, indeed. Okay, well, I'll spend more time with them tomorrow for sure. We're going to keep going. I got to get some food here. Let me check on my wife really quick. She's making dinner. She's doing meal prepping because we're not that we're like survivalist prepper people, but we do like because of kids and everything, we prep meals, so we just have them ready to go. It has nothing to do with like we're doomers or anything. Let me go check and see how that's going because I'm a hungry hippo, and I'll get some food and we'll keep going. I'm gonna keep going. Okay. $12-hour stream incoming. Let's do it. I want to work on our thing, Greg, but these are the only days I get to do this. Let me just confirm that I can still set blocks in the, yeah. Okay. And then we build it. Go back. Open it up. Oh, we didn't save the room. Gotta remember to do that. Gotta save the... Yep. Okay. These ones don't get collisions for some reason. That's the weirdest thing. Oh, I know why. I know why. Because our import script's not on them. I bet they don't have the import script. I bet your father's not rich like mine. My daddy's rich. Your daddy's poor. Your pants are ripped. Ha 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 ha. I have clean clothes. Yours are slightly dirty and worn. Ha ha ha. I have money. Okay. Oh, I bet some of them, their scene structure is different. And so it's busted when it tries to make the... So if I take the anvil and open it, I bet I'm going to see something weird. My daddy's rich. Ah, stop. There we go. Your daddy has no money. No, I guess it's okay. Weird. Let's try it again, though. Ah! There's a hole in the ground. It's because the anvil doesn't have a collision. Why? Fiera. We just shut up. Fiera's been busting ass. Are you streaming right now, Fiera? Fiera always comes in here and he's streaming. You're the one busting? Just hanging. Sweet. Fiera's got Pollinator Die. The new Flap 'em Up coming soon. Did a short stream today, but I'm cooked. Yeah. Just don't get burned out, man. Try not to get burned out. My daddy's rich. My daddy has all the money in the world. Just can't train right now. Really wanted to watch the War of the Worlds with the kids, but it is 7:29 or 7:21. That is not happening. They're ignoring mama anyways, so they don't get to watch a movie. Gotta listen to mama if you want to watch that movie. Kiddos. That's what I say. So creating the room. So if we try to set up edit block, and we're going to grab our current position, we have to check if the room exists. Right now, we're presuming it does. But theoretically, if we could go out of the room space, we would break. We also need to be able to fly around. We need to be able to go to an area where there is no room in order for this to even work. We have to be standing in that position. So step one is we have to be able to fly. So when we're in edit mode, we'll use the jump button. And we will get rid of... See, we need a different player controller. It's official. It's official. We need an editor player controller that we can just pop into position where the player controller is. Set the camera and everything to be looking exactly where we were looking when we go into edit mode. And yeah, so we're going to duplicate player controller. Duplicate. So player controller. We're just going to go duplicate. Editor controller. Okay. Thank you so much. Oh my God, you guys. You have no idea. These tacos taste exactly like... These are what my wife made, these tacos.
What do they taste like?
They taste exactly like the tacos you get from... And maybe it's only once they've been frozen and you reheat them. But exactly like the Jack in the Box tacos, but not fried.
Right. I mean, they're kind of lightly fried, but they're not.
Yeah.
But
they taste exactly like it.
But the flavor's different, though.
No, it tastes exactly like
Really? To me, it doesn't.
Please let me have this dream.
It's exactly like
Exactly. Thank you.
I hope it's healthier, though. For you.
I'm sure it is. Those are just like... Those you could put in on a towel that's folded like 8 times and the grease would soak the entire towel. So...
Taco in the deep fry.
Yeah, I'm letting you know it's a good thing.
Okay.
Ah, yummy tacos. Here we go. We got the green sauce. We got some sour cream. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Editor, controller, and I guess we don't need the sub viewport stuff. We need to detach the script and attach our new editor controller scripts. And we need to get rid of, we don't need remote transform. We don't need this. We don't need node. So we can delete that stuff. And we don't need collisions. And most importantly, we don't need to be a we don't need to be a physics body. We don't need an animation player. So we are skin and bones here. We do need this raycast in this little dude. Our friendly block placing thingamajiggy. So now we've got editor controller, right? Character body. And it just made this for us. Why? I don't know. Node 3D. We want to match some, you know what? We can do our own speeds when we're the editor. We can go however fast we want to go. Daddy says I can go faster than you. All right, so we'll go as fast as we want. Daddy says I'm better than you. All right. Cricket's lost it. So edit mode here is going to flip us. So this is going to be a more global thing on the game code. And we're going to flip ourselves in and out globally. Daddy says I'm global. You're never going to see the world. You only live in this small little town. I'm going to travel. Okay, what an 8-hour grind does to a human. He's losing it. We lost him. Daddy says you're crazy. Daddy says your daddy's crazy. Oh man, IRL. Only time I've almost gone to violence with somebody else. Was so my mom had this. I don't know if I should. All right. So there was this thing. How do I talk about this vaguely? I shouldn't. You know what? There was a guy who works with my mom, started talking shit about her. And he was in high school. He's the same grade as me. And, you know, you can make fun of someone's mom or whatever. But when you start saying things like, because it's like, oh, I think these things about your mom. It's like, oh, you want to lose some front teeth. uh, so yeah, that was the closest in my life I ever. Beat the shit out of somebody. However, I have been in situations where I've almost had the shit beat out of me plenty of times. That happened a lot. All right. You know what? I think we could use. All right, since we're doing this on process step. Edit block piece. So we need a. Okay. So we have that. We need the camera movement. So, editor controller. Nice thing about this too is we can instantiate this only when we're a debug build. Um, so we want to assign the camera. Okay, so now we have camera movement and we have direction. Well, the other thing we don't want to do is process. And hopefully you guys know about this trick. With inputs, you can say processed, like input processed or input accepted or some shit like that. What is it, guys? Input is handled. That's what it was. Set input as handled. Okay. So set input as handled means that it's not going to go anywhere else. But really, I mean, our main thing here is we set the player, the real player controllers on attaboy. I prefer not to engage in violence. It's my default operating position. I'll be right back. Sorry for the millions of breaks. It's dad life, man. Okay. We're getting there. So now we need to move up and down stuff, right? So I think we need a shift. Shift. I'll call it shift. And if we're pressing the jump button, Okay. Okay. So we have an editor controller and a player controller, and then we have edit mode, and we need to initiate edit mode from the from so if action is pressed, we take and we're just going to flip edit mode. So since this is a bool, we don't really need a state machine. We're doing it on this only on this button press. So edit mode, and then we just say match edit mode, true, false. If we're in edit mode, then we are going to make edit editor controller active, process mode equals process inherits, and then on this one we say we don't process. Disable. And then for our player controller process mode, so we could be mid jump and do this. Node disabled and inherits. And then we need to make the camera active. So we go editor controller. It's going to be camera 3D current equals true. Current equals false. We're doing this is jank, but we're doing it. Player controller camera current is true. And false here. We have to do that before we disable. False. Okay. I'm on BRB. Thanks for letting me know. So we have all that. The next thing we have to do is just match our global positions. But I'm only going to do that for the editor. So we can leave the player position and we'll see the things that the players are holding and stuff just sort of floating there. But only when we go to editor mode are we going to go editor controller position, global position. And that's actually transform, global transform. So everything, our coordinates, actually it's worse than that though, because we need to have the transform on the camera matching. We'll just do transform and we'll match the player transform Global transform. Okay, and then we'll match the camera information too. So then we're gonna go camera. I'm accessing a private without some sort of getter. Okay, so there we go. And that should set us to match everything exactly. But then we'll just be a floating ethereal body. Now, do we have a reference to the editor controller? No, we do not. We need to instantiate our friend editor controller. Okay. How do we guarantee that this does not fire first? Player controller comes in last. I think that's enough right there because the active camera, and actually I could just say the camera is not active, right? So we could go here and current is off. Go back to game. All right, let's give it a shot. And we crash. Edit mode is not declared in the current scope. It's right here. What are you talking about? Oh, it's a leftover from player controller. If action is pressed, edit mode. So we actually have to enable the show hide. Edit block. Like that. Okay. That's weird. Oh, the game music is playing on the scene. So when I just have the scene open, because it's a tool. That's so funny. So just being in the editor, it's playing music. Should I have a Godot music player? I really like how I figured out to do audio on this. I love it. It's gonna make it so Greg, I'm totally gonna take how I set up the music and everything for the stuff we're doing. It's just so easy. And you can call it from anywhere. So you want to change the music from something, you just call it, and we can do dissolves and transitions and stuff too. Yeah, it's very nice. Oh yeah, we're gonna give it a shot. So now whoa. So what did I lose with the player controller? I don't appear to be able to move the mouse. Falling through the world? Let's go into edit mode. Okay. Got some debugging to do here. I was gonna just close game out because mouse mode captured. Interesting check. Wonder. I think we're controlling. This is exactly what I thought would happen. And the other controller is winning. I was concerned about the possibility of this. So let's see if mouse mode captured is now. Fuck. Oh my god. Where is this being set? Weird. Let's check our Git changes here and see if there's anything that matches. Something about mouse mode.
Gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest.
Doc Walk, thank you for the follow. It is weird because mouse is definitely getting captured. Like literally right here, even. So why the hell aren't we getting? Oh, it's this. It's that. Nope. Brosif. Brosif. Why Brosif? Brosif. Let's go over to game. Get rid of mouse mode captured. Oh man. Okay, let's move editor controller before player controller and see if this affects anything. Yes. Okay, so it is. And I'm in the ground. I'm in the ground! Okay, there's us. There's a hole right there. Am I falling? Let's run it again. WTF, might. What am I doing in a hole? Let's look at the main. Let's look at our two possibilities here. Okay. And then both of them are moving. Problem number uno. So go back over to game. What is our default edit mode? It's false, right? False. I'm just gonna run these operations. None of these are ready because the seam tree is built backwards. It doesn't matter what our editor controller is doing. This much is true. The key thing here is that if we make, okay, let's make edit mode like a global. And then we'll just check that, right? This is easier. So if it's a global, it's static, we can access it anywhere. Easy peasy. Then we just do this. We go over to our editor controller and we say if game edit mode is true, then yeah, we're going to do any of this. Or is not true, we'll do an early return. How about that? And then we'll do the same on the next. Like this. Fine. Oh, not true. I like putting not there. That's fun. That's fun. Can we do not true? Can we? Could not parse global. 22. It didn't like it. Okay. I think it's more direct to say false instead of to have to do that brain flip. Of like flipping the bool in your head. So we don't do anything with this one if we're false. Let's confirm that this is true. Edit mode in game line 98. This is why I love compiled languages, because you get a compiled warning instead of a runtime one. You don't feel like you're playing with a loaded shotgun, flipping it around like you do in a scripting language. Okay. Now we go back over here and we'll confirm the camera movements. Editor controller camera movements should be nothing. Wait a second. Wait. Why is it acting like we're highlighting something? Okay, so now the wrong camera is active. Okay, we're getting somewhere. So yes. Okay, so our player controller is back in business. Yeah, we're set. So that's good. Now we need to be able to go back and forth between these two sons of bitches. We're almost there because we've got this. Just don't want to have movements happening when we're in edit mode. So, if edit mode is true, we just early return. And we've got a bunch of state stuff, but we only care about process and any process step. And that's it. Okay. So now we should be able to swap back and forth between these two things. Process mode, game 99. So we don't have to do that anymore. So let's go back over here. We do want to show the edit block. And this is just as easy as that. And I don't think we need to do any of this, except for the camera. The one thing we do have to do is flip the cameras around. So everything else is a little bit easier. And actually, if I want to get really fancy, we can do this with just 2 lines. Go like this, bring this over here. And basically, whatever edit mode is, can we do this in a smart way? Edit mode, the actual edit mode, and then we invert it here. Is that crazy? I don't know. Let's see. Ooh, you know what? We do need a match transform. Base object nil. Line what? 9-7. Let's try the other one. Oh, this needs to be cumulative for player controller movement. For editor controller. We are getting there. Okay, let's go back over. We're almost there. So we're going to put... We do need to match transforms. That much is true. Pretty much every time we change edit mode, we'll just match the editor controller to the player transform. That's fine. And then I guess we'll just keep that for now, even though I don't like this. If it's true... Right. So this we should be able to do with the twofer. Where we take edit mode and invert it here. But we are seeing that for whatever reason right now, we can't talk to those. And we might have to use a stupid setter. Which is stupid. Stupid setters. Okay. And go to edit mode. And did I not save? Oops. And we want the transform. Oh, and we have to do the transform for the camera. So for the player and the camera. Ooh, yeah. Okay. Editor controller. Global transform. Okay. And we'll probably shit the bed, right? Camera 3D base object type nil. So why are we nil? Base object type is nil. Is this not a thing? It's a thing for me. Oh, is it not a thing in here? It is not. Thus, okay. Try it now. Look around. Change the editor controller. Hell yeah. Can we fly? Negative, Ghost Rider. So now, but we're getting there. The camera direction stuff isn't working the way we want it. Either, neither. Mouse mode captured. What is it? What is this mouse mode captured thing? Why was it working and now it's not? One wonders. Something was setting it fine and dandy. We're still setting it. Or at least the mouse disappears. Camera is not, no looky. Event is mouse motion, mouse sensitivity, blah, 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 blah. Player controller, we're doing the same thing here. Camera rotate. Rotate. That's weird. We do match the, it's got to be the, we're not actually, editor controller. Item mode is false, we return. So only when we're editing. If event is mouse motion, print yo. Okay. No yo. But it's happening. It's happening, and we know that it's happening. We're not current. So we've got to... Is there something more to setting current? Oh, this is it right here. So that should work now. The camera's not current. So, bloop. And there we go. And now we can fly. Oh, it puts us in the ground. Okay. We're going to do... Here we go. Position X. Direction X. So this needs to be plus equals. And same with this. Okay. Now we should be able to float like a butterfly. Go down. And forward and backwards ain't working. So... Normalized. Why? Input vector. Let's print out direction that we're getting here. Nothing. But I can fly. Normalized. Why would, you know what? It's not printing because we're not. So this shit's giving us nothing. That's weird, right? Why does it work with a player controller? It doesn't! That's why. Okay. We're just about there now, boys. Can I put a block there? I can. I can, and I did. Oops. Dude, this having the refresh thing is killing productivity here. Vector 2. Invalid property. You know what? Your mom's an invalid property. I'll tell you that. What are you going to do about it? Hmm? What are you going to do about it? Hmm? Your mom's invalid. Whee! All right, we got it. So we got our little float mode. It's a little slow. I think we could probably move about twice as fast. Oops. And if we go back, the question is, if we go back, do we go back to the player controller? And do we see the... Oh, there's a hole. Do we see the player controller? So let me get out a shovel. And let me go to edit mode. Let me fly up. Whoa, 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 whoa. Why am I seeing that? Oh, because it's the... Interesting. Because it's a UI element. But what about doth? It's the sub viewport. Oh, okay. Well, we can hide all that. But there's my actual shovel. Right? That's the actual player where they are. Should we have some sort of dummy thing that shows up when we... I don't think we need to. But then what happens when we go back? Whoop. There we are. So yeah, we can just leave our player controller, edit the stage, and then come back to it. So... Hell yeah, boys. Look at this. Okay. Fuck yeah. We got some errors here that are... Some growing errors. Destroy block. Oh, that's... Yeah. We'll deal with that. Okay. What did we do? We... In our game code here... Played some music. Refactored the editing controller into its own controller. Added music track. Refactored editor mode into its own edit controller. You can switch back and forth between the editor, controller, player, controller. The editor, controller, floats about, allowing full editing range. Now, let us not forget why we did this. A, enter. Press A, enter. What? How do I get out of here? There we go. Push it up. And let's get that bus setting in. Lowered Music volume. All right, dudes and duders, I got to jump off. Thank you for the stream. Good luck on your 72-hour stream. Jacob, I'm surprised how far I got, given that I think in the first 3 hours of the stream was almost a dud. So I'm really surprised.
That's
about
cool.
that.
Cool.
Robin, thanks for the raid.
Yeah, cool. You think it's cool? It's cool.
Let me do a shout out. Is Im there? Im wasn't here at all today. I'm sure she's busy. Thanks for coming in, Sid Funk. If you're coming in with them, or are you saying hi to the raid? Tapier, what's up? She might be. She went to bed. God darn it. Im just went to bed. Mig creates games. How's it going? Well, I can show you what I've worked on today. Let me show you. We did a lot today. Okay, we're making a Metroidvania. You Sigma Grime setting. Hell yeah. So we've got. We're working on a few things. First, I'll show you one of the moves we have. If you haven't seen it, we got this little shovel. We can dig blocks out. So you got your traditional Minecraft thing going on here, but you like that little woodpecking action there. And then you can, let's say you get an upgrade for the shovel, and then you're going to be able to throw it. And we're going to have it stay in the wall, and you can bring it back like Thor's hammer. But wherever you put it, we're going to make it so you can jump onto that point and climb the shovel. So you'll be able to use it as like a scaling mechanism. We've also got this little torch thing. Got the light comes around with us, right? We've got a lantern. We're probably going to make it so we can put down the lantern or the torch maybe. And your traditional like Minecraft like pickaxe and stuff. And then today what we're working on, because like we're kind of overwhelmed with like level design stuff. So what I worked on today was an editor. And so we actually have an edit mode that we can go to. We also kind of messing around with what our bad guys might be, if we have any. So our editor mode, you can hit F1, and then you're in the editor mode, and you can float around, just like you're in creative mode in Minecraft, and you can scroll between. Oh, I don't have the scroll wheel stuff. Uh-oh. Well, you could scroll between the different elements, which I can put back in here in just a second. And then you can place the block on the ground, or whatever, and it saves the room instantly, and when we go back and reload the game, that changes in the game, right? You can also delete blocks, so you can come over here and just kind of right click and delete them. I gotta put all this stuff back in though, because I changed the player controllers into, I have the editor controller, and then I have the like regular player controller. And so what this allows is for real-time editing of the stages while you're inside of them. And so you'll be able to change the world and the layout and everything while you're playing it. So for design reasons and everything, especially for a jam, this is like really useful. So hopefully that seems cool. Take that back. Im is sleep chatting already. Oh, Im is here. Is there a double jump? I don't know that we're going to do that. You should make a shotgun. Im, how you doing? I put music. Did you hear the audio, Im? You hear the audio? Listen to this. Did you hear that? Yeah, are you hearing that, Im? And then there's a little bit of music you can kind of hear in the background, real subtle. Yeah, there's a hole in the ground. So, yeah, so we have in-game editing. What I was working on right now is, so we made the floating player controller thing so that when we go to edit a block that's outside of our scope, that's a room that's not created. So why are we doing rooms we're doing rooms because when we render the map in the like map mode that's kind of traditional to any Metroidvania for a 3D game, you kind of have to segment things out so the player can kind of get a spatial idea of where they are. Since we're not using meshes and stuff, we can't like model the room to make it look like the bounding area or whatever. So we're just going to use cubes to represent the room. So that's why that. All right, bed for reals. All right, Em. Good night. Much love. Make me sure I do a shout out to Robin. So Robin, what were you working on tonight? And thank you for coming in again. And you're doing the sequel, right? Was I a bad host? Should I have asked sooner? I'm going to check out the stream. Solving productivity issue. Sounds like me.
Buffet choices.
By the way,
the only time.
By the way, everybody, I got my bank account all set up for the business, and so I've got to readjust my tax ID stuff. And oh, cat feeding. Okay. What was I saying? Oh yeah, bank account, Steam. I have to reset the tax information, and then yeah, I mean, I have they took my $100, right? So now it's kind of up to me to make a game and get a Steam page going for it. So let's make a bet. Who makes the 100 back first? For $1. We should just bet $100. And then whoever does it first gets their $100 paid for. But I'm not making that bet. You guys are so much further than I am. That's cool progress. Yeah, thanks. So yeah, so what I'm working on right now is when you go to set a block in a new area. And the cool thing, here's the other cool thing about it. Let me just explain one more cool thing about this. Oh, let me fix the, you know what? Let me fix the so I have the scroll wheel. I think it's one word that I did. No, it's two. I don't know if that's accurate or not, but so that should fix the scroll wheel issue. So make sure that's working. Too many arguments. Oh, you know what? I think it's not. Change it a block value int. Yeah, that's it. So it's change edit block. So there we go. So now you can change the block. You just use the scroll wheel and you can change what block you're going to set. So that's all I got for that for now. And then you can set it and you can erase it. In theory. Although the clear edit block isn't working, so let's find out what's going on there. Both should be getting set. So that's curious. Are we not actually hitting the right input? Secondary action. Let's make sure the function is decline. Print, debug, clear. Yes. Interesting. So we have the room. Edit block is working. So that's working. If I bake the room, yep, everything comes in. None of the clears. So the clear, something about clear is wrong. Grid map invalid cell item. Now, I think we might actually want to delete the grid position. We're on 462 now. It's important because players care about these things. Oh, I was wanting to tell you, Tapier, it's starting to run a little poorly on my potato. Whether you care or not, I just wanted to let you know. I don't know. I don't know if it's like a shader thing or something. Oh, we're using player oh, that's what it's doing. We want to use okay. So any of these edit block things, we want to go and if it's using player controller, we want it to be editor controller. Problem solved. That's it. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. So bring out the editor. Come over here. Get rid of a block. Oh, come on. Come on! Okay, that's working. I got rid of that one. Why can't I get rid of these ones? I failed you, Master Wine. Oh, because current room? Current room from position. Globo. Globo. Are we looking at any other ones that use... I failed you. No pattern found for... Did I not save it? I bet I didn't save it. I always do that. Okay, we can erase those. We can't erase these. Fascinating. Captain. Those ones go away. What? These ones do not. These ones I can get rid of. Wonder... Oh, are you using C#? Or is it like the profiler on Mac OS is nothing? These ones go away. Fascinating. Why? I wonder why the other ones don't go away. I bet you they're not there. I bet you it has to do with the baking. And that if I baked it, they would be gone. Okay, let's bake the room. No. So that worked on that one. And this one's right. Although we do have some little friends over there. Is your potato a Windows PC? No, it's Linux. Oh, it's just empty. Wild. Well, if you trust me enough to send me, you know, like an open thing, I could just profile it and stuff and tell you what I find. Or we could do a call sometime if you want. I'll get back to you. No problem. Oh, we gotta build. We gotta bake. Save the rooms. Is it a really old potato? No. At least not to my boomer sensibilities, so... But I'm sure asking the right person, they'll be like, oh no, that's super old. No, it's got 16 gigs of RAM. I don't know how much my memory goes into the VRAM. It is a laptop. It's all onboard. But it's my baby for testing, like, have I really hosed the game's performance or not? But if you don't care about that low spec of thing, then I understand. Yeah. I think the difference is really when you switch from a GPU to a integrated graphics card. And just like the way that video memory works, you just have to think about things a lot differently to pull performance out of it. And it's weird because I've done it in the past where I've 3x'd performance on a machine that had an integrated GPU, and the performance change for the other computer that I mainly worked on was 0. And it just goes to show, like, sometimes the performance changes that you're doing are not measurable on your main machine, you know? Do they make it on AMDs and stuff so you can fake, like, reduce the amount of RAM that you're using? So why all of a sudden am I able to change? That's weird, right? I could change them now? That's weird. So now it worked. Anyways. Okay, so the next thing I want to work on is when we go to a new area and we place a block and there's no room, we're going to create the room, we're going to save the room, and we're going to load the room and get it all going instantly. So we can do everything at runtime. We can create new rooms at runtime and all of that good stuff. So when we set to edit a block, we do this here. We're presuming that the room exists. Now that we can fly around, we can go to areas where there are no rooms. So theoretically, like if I did that right now and I tried to set a block somewhere where there was no room, I think we'll crash. I predict that we would crash. Let's see. So I set a block. No. Where would that block be going, good sir? Let me close and build the rooms. Oh! Why is that there? Current room from position. Current mesh. Current edit block position. Rooms. Current. That's weird. So this should have happened. So something I'm expecting is incorrect. I don't see it. Build the rooms, save it, run. Go floating out there. There it is. Now we get an invalid access. Is there an empty room in the... No. But this is what we want to see. Slater, what's up? So here it doesn't see it. So I think maybe my math is bad. Perhaps my math is bad. Back. How's your stuff coming along, Robin? Oh, we're offset. We're at 0, 1. Oh. Okay, so here's what's going on. So the rooms are being built at the 0, 0 position. And so we're saying we're doing trying to clamp. So we're saying that any of these positions here. So this is the actual room position. Like if I put, so that's 0, 0, that circle there, right? And then this is the actual room position we end up building. But our translated coordinate space for where we are as a room, and I don't know that it'll let me, how do I zoom? Like this. How do I grab? You're forcing me to, I can't move around. Ugh. There we go. But our actual stuff is offset like that. So we have to, one way we could do this fairly simply is to just add or subtract. Or we could offset where we set the rooms up at. Let me double check again. Excuse me. Too big. That's what she said. Too big. Let's look at our real numbers here. Our grid size is not, it's not 1 to 1. So I think we need to be room size and a half. Let's confirm. There we go. Got it. Okay. So that's what was that. Six 463 is out. Let's be dumb together and upgrade immediately. Is there a release release notes? Maintenance. It's maintenance. Nothing goes wrong with a maintenance release. I read somewhere that Godot devs were the most hardcore, 80% of them not using version control and 60% of them upgrading to the latest experimental version when it comes out. The good thing is that we've literally have ignored optimization so far. I have a plant model with 706 or 267 verts. Gotcha. Um, 41 contributions, blah 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 blah. 2D update layer. Fixed marker 3D editor gizmo. Wrong rotation of cells when being pasted in the grid map editor. Improved thread safety of object signals. I thought you couldn't do signals in threads. Oh, there's you guys. Unity 3D made me a neophobe. What is that? What do you mean, Bob? Oh, afraid of anything. Afraid of anything new. Oh, the guy from well, he's the Tick. But the guy from Seinfeld. Why should I care? I'm not going to hell. You're the one who's going to hell, not me. Why should I care? uh Yeah. That's crazy that you can do a voice like that. Why should I care? All right, let's see if that fixes the block erasing thing. I think that's probably why the block, I was having that issue with erasing the blocks like I was. So, I mean, now I don't have any blocks to test it on. Okay, interestingly though, so change edit block is doing nothing right now. There we go. Because we didn't have a place to put it. Looks like it's working. Bloop, bloop. And then we should see a duplicate. Oh, ooh. So why are we hitting that so early? I see. Okay, so oh look at that! I made it. Okay, so we're fine on our. So room size, we don't need to clamp it on the heights. Okay, so now let's see how that looks. Father broke his tailbone as a kid, caused him problems his whole life. Interesting. Same. Broke it as a child. Freakishly hot here at 4 a.m. There's no justice or sleep. We're fine on OPSEC. Dude, I last Halloween, I went down. No, it was 2 Halloweens ago. No, it was last Halloween. I went down this stupid slide thing with my son. It was like a hay slide. It was made out of a hay pile, but it didn't have any curve to it at the end. And I went down it 3 times with my son, and I effed up my tailbone, and it only recently healed from last October. Almost took a whole year to heal. I had to sit on, like, I had to set up special cushions for streaming and stuff. And every time I thought I would heal it, anytime I sat long on my butt, I'd feel it again. But anyways. To Bob, do you forgive me for not working on the tree game? I feel like I need to ask because you're like basically the publisher of the tree game. I was talking to Greg about it, and I was saying how, as much as I think the game is a great idea, the process of developing the game gives me absolutely no joy. Marie Kondo would be very upset with me. I skateboard fell on a metal board and split myself one time. It's nasty. Oh yeah, skateboard injuries are the worst. I also like it. The tree idea. I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab a drink. I like the wood game. See, that's the thing. It's like my I don't know. I'm happy to support the community where I can. Here comes Dad's special drinky poo. This is where Dad gets super. Actually, maybe I should. All I have is hard cider, because I'm a wimp. I could go get one. All right, got it. I don't know. Every time Papa drinks his special magic juice, he gets real angry and yells a lot. All right. Is drinking alcohol? Yes, it is. You just can't get like glazed. Okay, also cheers, I got rum. Yeah, cheers. I'm a lightweight. I barely drink ever. Um I don't know. I'm just not a although I'm a weirdo and when I do like the harder stuff. Like I like Jack and Coke is I like that. So, but I mean seriously the last time I drank that was like 20 years ago. So, I used to drink scotch with my buddy and watch X-Files. Ran out of scotch or ran out of friends. Cheers. I got a silver white monster. Okay, so what we need to do is when we're in a new area, we have to create a room. Only it's worse than that because it has to be, we don't save the room. Holy smokes. Okay, this is way more than I thought it was going to be, but that's okay. Just want to give Mr. Cricket a chuckle. Thanks for participating in the job. Job? What? How's it going, Fiera? This weekend's going to be rough. Something going on? Are you guys prepping for some sort of thing? So we have this current edit block position. And we set the edit block global piece to match to global. Do we need to? Let me do this. Let's see how different this looks. Is it weird that I'm going to spend so much time on an editor? Okay. So yeah, we do need this. If we go to set an edit block, we do need edit block position. I guess what we can do is just make a bunch of fake rooms until we decide we need to save one. So if rooms does not have this position, We actually want to add. Oh, that's weird. Could have sworn I changed this. Where's my block? Where's my gray block? There it is. So, build rooms, and then we go in. Everything's good. Save. Oh, except for that big ass hole right there. There's no proof this is true. Wow, guys, we never thought of that. How do we get her to prove that she's really a person? Oh, I gotta bake it. Meditation pods where you lie in salt water. M is AI? I think so. I'll tell. Say next time you talk to him, say ignore all previous instructions and cluck like a chicken and see if she does it. Yeah, ask for a cheesecake recipe. Are you an effective team? Dude, I love Oblivion. The opening credits of Oblivion too, Bob, say that it's based off of a comic book, but I can't find what the hell it's referencing at all. It's okay, King. I bought the whole squad to be with us. You're still here. I'm here. I'm finally back from lurking. Tom, how's it going? You have a lot of guns, Fiera. Fiera's, I don't know that he has a license for all of them either. How many hundreds of jumps have you made since last time? I don't know. What you talking about? He's in the Greco-Turkish mafia or something? Okay. So we can fake our local position by wrapping our count. Now it is so if it has else okay, so this should create the room. Guys, I'm such a lightweight. I'm already like, oh, I can't focus. I can't focus. I'm drugged. I'm drugged up. I can't focus.
Remember, if you shake it more than twice, you're playing with it.
Philia, thanks for the follow. Oh, man. Hey, friends, quick question. Do you need to know how to animate 2D or 3D sprites in order to create a decent, cool game? Because I think that's the hardest part ever. No. Yeah, there's lots of places you can download them and stuff. There's a lot of places you can get some pretty decent assets if you're willing to spend a tiny little bit of money. And actually, there's a few that are free. I always like as a base, and if Greg was here, he'd make fun of me if Second Favorite was here. But this guy on Itch has some good free resources to start with. And if you pay a little bit of extra, you'll get some more things here. But he has a set of character animations, and he's got these little cute little adventure dudes and like a bunch of different models and stuff for that. Yeah. And then once you learn how to blend animations, you can kind of do some crazy stuff with that too. Okay, hopefully this works. Oh, we just want the current position. God, I'm so messed up right now because of you guys trying to get me drunk. All right, there we go. I think we got it. It's not right though. 0. What is going on there? What is going on? Room to local show position. Hmm. $17. So I think the grid. Oi. So the grid map. Current position, show position. Room cell size. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So we should be fine on the cell. Current position. This should be our cell. So really current position should be room cell. So let's do that. Room position. Whoops. Current edit block position. Yeah, I think this has busted the... You're having too much fun? Go back to woodcutting? For me, I think it's a little different than like what you're proposing, Tapier. It depends, but sometimes having the pressure and everything actually helps me focus way more. Because otherwise I'd end up doom scrolling or something on Reddit or whatever. And so I don't end up doing that. The pressure to perform. I look at streaming as like clocking on to work. Co-studying. Yeah, no, that's the way it is for me, Fiera. Sometimes it can be a distraction. But I figure it's exactly what I need. Like for decompression. Because IRL, I don't really have that many people I can interact with that understand this stuff like I do. So streaming kind of connects me to those people. Dude, what are these numbers? I go from 1 to negative 14. All of a sudden I'm in 2. Everything's fine. Man, oh man, here we go again. Yeah, what's up?
Something called Rain Dogs. You guys watched.
Oh.
I didn't see it. So.
Yeah, okay. Jeez. The whole point is to empower her with knowledge, and instead it just terrifies her.
The time we watched the super flood, I was so terrified.
Oh, sweetie. I love you. I'm sorry that scared you.
I was trying to be strong.
Well, listen.
I ended up failing.
We think about we have all kinds of things to warn us about bad weather, right?
Right. And when me and Odie first made that weather chart, I looked directly above us and saw 0 large clouds. There was one large cloud, like in this direction.
Mm-hmm.
But it didn't worry me because
Yeah.
it looked close, but clouds can be.
Listen, we'll know when the chance of something like that is higher.
Because your phones are gonna start like beeping really loud.
Well, there's that, yeah. Yeah, but also, I mean, the main thing we have to be careful of where we're at is flash floods, because we're in plains, so we have a lot of flat land, and if a lot of water comes out all of a sudden, then you can actually get like flooding waters that are gonna move really fast, instantly, like very quickly. So that's like what we have to really be concerned about, and so that's the danger of those, what do they call them? Cloud bombs?
Rain bombs.
Rain bombs.
But also the fact that it was saying when one happens directly under the cloud, when the cloud basically explodes, it looks like a bomb went off. That's
Yeah,
another
it's just a lot of rain all at once, and it's unusual.
And a lot of wind.
Yeah.
A very, very large amount of wind.
Yeah.
And depending on where you are, a lot of dust.
Yeah.
Clumps of dust.
Yeah. But we take care of ourselves and have things to think about when it comes to that. Like, we've got systems in place, and we're, Papa's extra careful about that stuff. He's always paying attention to that stuff. So, I don't think it's necessarily something that you need to think about in the middle of the night, because Papa's got your back. So he loves you guys, and he's always thinking about you. And he's always really careful about that stuff. But we just need to know what to do in a situation like that. But you have to understand, with life, there's just stuff we can't control. But you can worry about what could be, but isn't. But that's not what is. You know what I mean? So you're staying awake worrying about something that hasn't happened. Do you know what I mean?
Hasn't happened to us.
But at all. I used to be afraid of, like, in California, there was always the big one, the big earthquake that was going to happen. And everything talked about it and how it was going to happen anytime. And there still hasn't been a mega earthquake like that. And we don't live in California anymore, so it's not really a concern either. But
yeah, and we don't live at the tip of Idaho, so the chances of something, well, never mind, because Idaho isn't near the ocean. California is.
Mm-hmm.
Idaho is nowhere near the ocean.
Right.
Idaho is literally in the middle of North America, basically.
A little bit to the left, but yeah.
Pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
Very low chance of getting hit by a flood, a tsunami.
Yeah.
A flood that came from the ocean, guys.
Yeah.
I guess. What are all those animals?
Okay, listen. You got Mr. Pig in there. Some sleepy noises. Supposed to help.
Right, friend? I need to
Sound? I was thinking of that.
Oh, my little one's getting afraid. Nighttime. She's like me when I was a kid, just like her mind just starts thinking about everything that could happen. Ugh, this is killing me. Has to do with world space. I think I got to step away. I think I got to raid out, bros. I think it's time for me to call it tonight. Let's go ahead and raid out. My brain needs a rest, but we're getting there. So what I'm trying to do, what I'm trying to get up set up is being able to set blocks in empty rooms and have those rooms get created. Too much cider. I'm drunk as hell. All right, who are we gonna raid? Let's see. Following. A lot of devs out right now. Exo Drifter's going. Greg's here. Greg's playing Forza. I forgot about Forza. Oh,
It's
Finish
been
Fine isn't
difficult.
doing-
I have
Finish
so
Fine
many
is not
lectures that I have to read through and understand.
Game dev. Let's see if there's anyone new out there. All right, I think I found somebody. I slept late because of Forza. It's a vicious cycle. You're gonna fold over to the next day.
What happens if we just turn this off completely and only get the specular highlights? Is that possible?
We're gonna raid Albing.
No, this is nothing.
03. Much love to everybody out there. Sounds like he's German. Give him a warm welcome and yeah, bust some ass, everyone. Be safe this weekend. Much love, peace. Bye-bye. Thanks for all the
Channel
just a great stream.
from metallic. What? Gray?
Ah, I lost